hear me okay? Yes? Good morning to everyone in the stream as well. I'm going to wave to you, all of you joining us online. I'm happy to have all of you back with us in this room. We called this building a spaceship yesterday, and this really does feel a little bit like a spaceship, I think, and I can turn around and wave to the people behind us as well. I'm glad that you're all back with us this morning for day 2 of Q Berlin, the new unknown navigating Zeitenwende. If you joined us yesterday, we got through quite a bit of content, 3 terrific topics, and the idea is that we drill down into them today with longer discussions, these deep dives. And we have a number of terrific guests who will be speaking to you today as well and speaking with you. That's the point as well, also in this more intimate atmosphere. We'll hear from Francesca Bria again. Also, we'll have Stefan Schwarz, who is the Senator for Economics, Energy and Public Enterprises here in Berlin. Peter Pomerantsev will be up in the afternoon, and Carson Chan from MoMA. So a lot of voices you definitely want to hear. I hope my microphone is, yes, now I think you can all hear me. Good, great. We will be able, as I said, to bring you into the conversation directly. So for this morning, we have a good hour and a half to discuss. So maybe we'll just at the end of the conversation that we have here between us, you can raise your hands and put questions to us as well. I am very happy to start with a terrific group this morning who I'm going to introduce briefly. You will have seen 2 of these speakers yesterday with us remotely and on stage. So we have Maren Urner now with us live in person. She's a neuroscientist and professor of media psychology. We have the co-founder of the Center for Feminist Foreign Policy with us, Christina Lunz. And also very happy to welcome back Frank Zieren, a journalist and an expert on all things China. So if we can get a round of applause for our speakers this morning. Just a reminder, if you're going to tweet anything out or put anything out in social media, do remember to use that hashtag QBerlin2022. So with that, I'll hand over to Maren, who will get us started with a talk.
Yeah, so in contrast, so first of all, I'm really flashed by this building. I'm still trying to get the atmosphere here, and the feeling that people are behind me is a bit awkward. But okay, my mic, I'm trying again. Talk about what I had for breakfast, maybe. That's what you usually do on the radio, and it works. Can you hear me now? Test, test, test. Is that better? Yeah? Okay. So now, after I talked about this building and not my breakfast, I want to maybe start this deep dive with what I tried to get across in 11 minutes yesterday, so really condensed time. A bit more detailed version, not that I'm going to speak longer than 11 minutes, don't be scared, but maybe focus really on the last bit. So what I call the dynamic thinking and the 3 ingredients of the dynamic thinking and why I am 100% certain that we need more of that. So I introduced those 3 ingredients already shortly yesterday. And the first one is really to ask what for instead of against what. And I want to dive a little bit into, or dig a bit deeper, why that is so important. Because it mentally changes us if we ask, what do I want to achieve? Where do I want to go to? And what can we combine in order to get to this new foreign unknown place? Because if you imagine life as basically a line, right? So I'm not sure whether you can all see me now, but if we are here now, yeah, and this is the past and that's the future, if we ask the question, what are we against, then we look into the past. So we automatically focus on what's bad, and we look for scapegoats, and we look for people and places and everything, organizations who are doing something wrong. And that puts us in this position where we feel like, okay, we have to fight. Sometimes also fight or flight, this biological response. We either fight or we fly or run, in the case of humans, or we freeze if we are unable to do anything. But if we ask ourselves, looking forward, what do we want to achieve? And where do we want to go to? We have to use what makes us humans unique and what separates us from all other beings on this planet, which is our power to imagine things. And you all know the famous song by John Lennon, I'm pretty sure, Imagine. He all knew it. And that's what we have to use more, because that's where we really use our brain to the full scope, so to say. Sometimes people say we only use 10% of our brain. That's BS. That's one of these brain myths, just as a side note. But that's really the point when we ask and start to ask the question more, where do we want to go to? And we start to imagine things. We have to come up with new things. And that brings me to the second ingredient. So after asking what do we want to achieve, where do we want to go to, we have to ask who belongs. Who's part of this? Who's going to be part of this journey? And that's what I mean when I say we have to redefine groups. Because this group thinking is really programmed into us. Whenever we enter a room, for example, the room like here, we group. We look like who has my gender, we look like who has my age, we look like who has my hair color, and all these kind of things, skin color, shoe size, favorite music, political direction, whatever. We group immediately, and we can't help it, that's our brain. But we can do it in a better way, by redefining groups, and by not looking first and foremost what's separating us. For example, I could say, okay, I feel like I'm a woman and that person looks like a man, so we have two groups. Or we can ask the question, what combines us? What connects us? What's the minimal thing that we can talk about because we share it? And that could be, for example, here today, this is all people who are trying to come up with a better future. Click, we have a new group. Or people who share this moment in this room now. And why is that so important? And why is it not just a mind game or some kind of nice idea? Because it creates trust. And there's tons of studies that show this. Like even if I would hand out, that's my favorite study, if I would hand out little party hats to half of you now, and the other half would get, I don't know, nothing or something else, you would immediately feel more connected and trust more the people if you have a party hat who also have a party hat, even if you've never seen them before. And even if they have the different gender, skin color, and whatsoever. So we can redefine these groups by really simple, I don't want to say manipulation, because often people get scared when they hear the word manipulate and they think it's something bad and negative, but by consciously thinking about how do we talk about people and groups. And that brings me to the third and last ingredient, and then I'm done with my little input here, and that is that we have to tell new stories. And that's not only about the groups, but also what a good life means, and what success means, and what a healthy life means. Because there is this big paradox, and I already talked about it shortly yesterday, that we are all living, right? We know we have to talk about sustainability, the future. I mean, for me, it's like a synonym. It's the same, basically. We can call it sustainability, we can call it a future orientation, whatever. It's all about how, and that connects to the first ingredient, how do we want to live in the future? Where do we go from here? And what makes good ingredients in order to get there? And we've been telling a lot of wrong stories. And what I mean by wrong stories, it doesn't mean that I have a different opinion about it, but it's that it's not backed up by science. We have decades of studies that show us what really helps people thrive, what makes them healthy, happy people. And the most important ingredient is functional social relationships, full stop. And we have to start telling this story more, and we have to tell the story that what connects us is also what makes us successful, which is if we collaborate and work together. And that's where I want to end with, and see where we go, not end with, but end my little input with, and then see where we go from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maren. I'm going to hand over to Christina now for her input to get us started.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to glance at my phone now and then. Maybe not. Let's see how this goes. So I want to talk about how the private is political. Many of you might not be surprised. That is one of kind of the key feminist slogans out there. I'll be talking about how experience that I made and anger that I felt in the private and the small is connected to the big developments in the world. And actually, what you just talked about looking back, and then a lot of my activism, the work that I've been doing, has been influenced by looking back and seeing what I believe has been wrong, and then formulating this vision for the future that really is the driver behind all the work that I am and my team and my organization are doing. So I want to tell you a little story about a big newspaper, Bild newspaper, about anger and about peace and war, peace and security. In 2014, I was incredibly angry, like genuinely angry. In 2014, for the first time at uni, I learned about the the connection between, for example, whenever a certain group of people gets objectified, and objectification can, for example, happen through sexualization, this group of people will experience more violence, because whenever we see people not as humans but dehumanize them and understand them as objects, the level of violence that is exerted towards that group of people will increase. So that is one thing I knew. I learned, and then when I was back in my little village where I'm from, I was at the petrol station and there was the Bild newspaper lying in front of me. And Bild newspaper on the front page asked its readers to rate Germany's most beautiful cleavage. So they had only pictures of women's cleavages, no faces, nothing, only the cleavages, and asked the readers to rate them. That made me incredibly angry, because that is exactly that objectification, this sexualization. And at the same time, we know that in Germany, like everywhere in the world, but also in Germany, despite sometimes thinking we might be progressive, in Germany we have an incredibly high rate of violence against women. In Germany, every day a man tries to kill his partner or ex-partner, and every third day he succeeds. It is estimated that only 1% of rapists are actually sentenced. So we have this normalization for male violence and this impunity for male violence in Germany. So I was so angry, and there's this beautiful author, she's called Rebecca Traister, and she wrote this book about women's anger and how women's anger really has had the power to transform the world. And she says that anger, because of injustices and a lack of equity, really is kind of the motor for social change in our world. And in her book, she talks about the stories of Rosa Parks and the suffragettes and so many more feminists that have paved the way for many of us for a more just society. What happened then? When I was angry, I wrote an open letter. I started a petition. This turned into a campaign. This led to lots of media interest. And with this, for the first time in my life, I experienced massive online violence. Countless messages that were sent to me through all different channels, explaining in detail how I should be raped, what should happen to my family, what kind of violence people would like to do towards me. I was shocked. I had no idea that this would happen to women who speak up. Now I know that this is systematic to all women who challenge the status quo and all politically marginalized groups. Back then I was shocked, surprised, I cried. I was convinced I would never speak up again. And then, though, with kind of a little bit of distance, I started to understand that this sense of entitlement that these people who sent those messages to me, that is not much different to the sense of entitlement that authoritarian leaders such as Bolsonaro and Putin and Trump and Erdogan and all these figures have, like this entitlement to a world and a structure that for the past 4,000 to 6,000 years has been built almost exclusively based on the needs and the demands of men from a certain group. So this has been the society for a couple of thousand years with its rules, and the second someone challenges that, repercussions will follow. This is called patriarchy. And the consequences of patriarchy, they're massive. They go way beyond this kind of online violence or sexualization that I just mentioned, or the violence that women and politically marginalized groups experience kind of in the small, in the private, so-called private. In fact, The US-American professor Valerie Hudson and her team, they did some fantastic work. They created the largest data set on the situation of women worldwide. They looked at 176 countries, and they found that the most significant factor towards whether a country is peaceful within its borders and towards other countries is the level of gender equality. They showed with the multiple regressions that they calculated, they showed that the level of oppression towards women and other politically marginalized groups accurately shows the level of violence those countries exert towards other countries. The more patriarchal a society, the less, the worse the governance of the country, the worse health indicators, the worse economic indicators. So with that, they have concluded and can be concluded that without feminism, and by that the active attempt to undo patriarchal structures, without feminism there cannot be peace and security anywhere in the world. This knowledge, that's not new. For a couple of years now, we've had a handful of states around the world, starting with Sweden in 2014, that have announced a feminist foreign policy because they understand this research. But it didn't start with Sweden. It was in 1915 that 1,200 feminists came together during the First World War in The Hague, and they made actually those demands of restructuring the international system based on human security instead of militarized security. And by now, we have more than 10 countries in the world that officially have a feminist foreign policy. Those countries are trying to connect the private with the political. They're making the statement that what happens to people within their house has an impact and is directly correlated to peace, security, and war and conflicts worldwide. The German government announced a feminist foreign policy in its coalition agreement last November, and only this past Monday, our first female and feminist foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, and her team, they hosted their first feminist foreign policy conference in the foreign ministry here in Berlin. This ultimately, trying to reform foreign policy will be the most promising chance to really tackle the world's biggest challenges, and that is pandemics, the climate crises, war, conflicts, because all of these can never be tackled by states alone, but only internationally, and only if those states, when they work together, apply a feminist approach, will the attempts to tackle those challenges actually lead to sustainable peace and security. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. I learned already a lot of new things, and when we started this morning, I was not sure how we can connect, but now I'm totally. Now I know why we're sitting together here. I learned about views that you can look backwards and forwards. I learned about the role of marginalized groups. I learned about new stories if you have a different perspective, and I learned about that your personal kind of life is connected to a global life as well. And that's actually pretty much what I'm dealing with as someone, as a Westerner who's living for now almost 30 years in China. And as living there, I went there by accident, actually. Followed a woman, and if the woman would have gone to Bulgaria, nothing against Bulgaria, I would have gone there. Now I'm much more happy that I'm in China. But I had to basically to learn that these people have a different perspective on the world. And actually, when you were saying people looking backwards and people looking forwards, I would immediately say Western people tend to look backwards and Asian people tend to look forwards. And we have right now, we have a long queue of people in London looking backwards. They're mourning not only Queen Elizabeth, but they're also mourning, and that's why they're standing there overnight for 10 hours. They're mourning the past, the British Empire, when the United Kingdom was more powerful, more glorious, and now they understand that these times are over. And then they tend to look back. And when I think about why people tend to look forward and backwards on a global level, then I immediately actually see that it has to do with their position. And actually people who tend to lose their position, they tend to look backwards. And people who see a future, a brighter future, they tend to look forwards. And on a global level, as I was saying yesterday already briefly, we have a tremendous change now, because about 500 years of colonial or imperialistic times are getting to their end. And these times were basically, or the strongest rule of these times was that the West, the minority, and you can say the white male minority of the West, was able to set the rules for the world. And these times are over now, and now the Asians, but also people in Africa and South America, they don't want to be told anymore what they have to do and what they don't have to do. And if the American president, Joe Biden, talks about that Asian countries, India or China, should follow the international world order, then these people are saying, yeah, but that's not our order. That's your order, and we want a different story. We have a different perspective on it. And the problem right now is that the Western people, they don't understand the different perspective of the emerging countries. And if they don't understand, there will be no dialogue. It's no dialogue possible, because then they're talking of different things. So what we in the West, we need to learn to switch perspectives, to learn that there are different perspectives, that there are different stories, and that's a very important thing I learned as well, and there are different and new groups coming up, and the connection and the strength of certain groups is changing all the time. I give you one example. We traditionally think in the West that there is a division between democratic countries and authoritarian countries. From an Asian point of view, there's a stronger belonging. There's established countries, a group of established countries, and there's a group of emerging countries. And even people in India and China and South Korea, they have probably a stronger feeling for being part of emerging countries than of being part of a different political system. And this perspective made it easier to build the biggest free trade zone in the world, where you have all kinds of different countries, small, not very developed countries like Laos, different religions, Muslims, Christians in the Philippines, big countries like China, dictatorships like China, democracies like Indonesia, but they still belong to one group and they feel like it, and this group is the group of the people who are emerging, who are getting more power and who want to decide more and more themselves what's good for them, and not to want to be told by other countries what they have to do or not to do. And actually, there was a similar development in Europe. with the aristocrats and the normal people. The aristocrats have been a minority setting the rules for the majority. And suddenly, in the 19th century, in France a little earlier with the French Revolution, people were saying, no, yeah, you're setting the rules for a long time, and probably it was quite successful, but we have our own ideas. And this was basically, this was the start that the aristocrats were going to lose constantly power. And the smart aristocrats, they joined the new rising groups, the new emerging groups. They worked together with them. There are even aristocrats which joined the French Revolution on the side of the normal people. So if we put this perspective on a global level, then we in the West, the minority of the West, we are now, right now, we are the aristocrats. And from Asia, Africa, and South America, this perspective is totally clear. But it's very, very difficult for us to understand it. Because we think our values, and for good reasons, we think our values are the best, and if everyone follow our values, everything will be good. But it's not so easy. I totally agree, and I even learned in a country like China how important press freedom is, how important the participation of the civil society is, how important the rule of law is, because if you live in Germany, you take it for granted somehow. But still, I understand that I cannot force these people to do what I want anymore, because they're so strong, they're so they're so proud of themselves that they want to decide themselves. So the question is right now, what can we do to integrate our values into this new world order? Because we are convinced of them, the others need to be convinced. And the only way is dialogue and is switching perspective. We need to see the world with their views, to be able, in a better way, able to make ourselves convincing, to be more convincing in a way that they don't feel forced by us to do something they don't want to do, but they can say, yes, now we understand, we probably want to do it differently. And even in a country like China, which is a dictatorship right now, people are interested in democracy and in participation and so on. So, but we need to find a way. We need to find a way to understand each other. And sanctions, they don't work anymore, because sanctions means I'm stronger than you and I force you what to do. And in our time, sanctions means that the opposition will be even stronger, even if the sanctions are given for right reasons. And that's the reason why 170 countries worldwide don't follow the Western sanctions against Russia. It's not why they don't agree that the war is that is a wrong war, but they think the sanctions it's a power tool of the old times, where the minority could dominate the majority. And that's actually, I think, our goal for the future, to see this different perspective and to see how we can get along better. And it didn't really work even in Germany, between East and Western Germany. The Western Germans always said, yes, but yeah, now you have a better life. And the East Germans were saying, yeah, but all our life is gone. And all what we were used to, and even if we were critical against the political system, it was our life. And then, if both sides are not able to switch perspective, then it's useless to talk. That's it for the moment.
Thank you to all three of you for getting us started. And like you said, Frank, I think there are a lot of points of convergence where we can pick up on to discuss. And I'll start asking questions, but please gather yours because we'd love to bring in your questions as well. Maren, to pick up on something you had said that I wrote down, you said we should not stand necessarily against something, but for something. Doesn't the current era that we live in and the political polarization, this is a political framing of this question, of course, demand that we stand against certain things, of course for certain things, but also against them? And the question also about looking forward, which Frank said perhaps people in Asia do more than people in the West. Here in Germany, you have a tradition of looking back to responsibly look forward. So how do you reconcile those things?
Yeah. It's a very important question, and I often ask, like, yeah, but isn't it good if we are against, for example, discrimination to certain groups, right? If we are against the destruction of our environment, if we are against, and now you can name all bad things that are happening in the world. And yes, of course, I would never disagree, like say, yeah, that's a good feeling, a good motivation to have. But we have to go one step further, and that's what Christina referred to quite nicely when she said, like, yeah, first I looked back, like what was annoying, where was this anger and all these, what we often call negative emotions. Maybe we can come to that as well, because they are important emotions, and I'm actually against calling them positive or negative emotions, because they can be the starting point, because you realize there's something wrong, something doesn't feel right, and then you can ask yourself, what is that? You don't have to ask why, just ask what is happening? And that's where the communication then can start as well. So I'm trying to connect the dots already a little bit. I hope that's becoming clear. And if you have that figured out and you start talking to other people, like what you're feeling and what is disturbing you, then, and that's the most important step then to make in order to switch your internal perspective, you have to ask yourself, okay, what do I want? Instead of fighting, because this fighting mode creates this mental state of fear, of fight or flight or freeze, like those three responses we have on a biological and psychological basis, so to say, that we are against something. It immediately creates this in-group more. It strengthens the not taking each other's perspective. It strengthens I'm against something, so I have to make the strongest point against something or somebody else. And in comparison to that, if I ask, okay, what do I want to achieve? It creates this open space first in your head, but also in the world, on the political stage, because you have to start talking. Because it's not there yet. You have to create it. So even if you think, okay, that person thinks democracy means that, and that person means, well, it's more important that we believe in this or that world order, you have to start from something that's not there. And that's the perfect, I want to call it breeding ground here maybe, for coming together, for changing perspective, for honestly, and that's a very important ingredient, honestly asking other people, so where do you want to go? Mm-hmm. It's really a different, it sometimes sounds a bit lofty or fluffy, right? Like, yeah, you just have to think about it different. But it's really a fundamental different state. And if you are in a different state, that way the most important aspect here, I think we are trying to, or I hope you agree with me, but please disagree if you feel like you, is that the private life is immediately and always connected to the political life. Yeah. You can't separate it. And we come up with these dichotomies all the time. I refer to another one, negative versus positive emotions, private versus political. And our brain likes that because it needs to put labels on things. But it's not that easy. And if we're honest to ourselves, we know there's all these gray scales in between. And of course, I'm a person here. I'm a private person. I'm a public person now. But we shouldn't try artificially to separate those things. And that's when we come together and ask, where do we want to go? Frank,
it's even if we disagree on lots of points, we need to find clusters of agreement. That's the only way. If you look forward, that's the only way to go. So it makes no sense to sit and to say I disagree, because it's useless. Yeah, the first step would be to see if there's a point where we can agree on, because then automatically we're looking forward. And then we can, in a second step, we can discuss on points we disagree and probably find compromises, find ways where we can put our our different views together. And that's right now not working on a global policy level, because now it's more on focusing on what we disagree. And if you see now the Russians and the Chinese, right now they're meeting in Kazakhstan. And it's interesting to see the wording, because Beijing is basically mad on Putin that he started the war. They don't really want it, but they don't want to separate from him because they have a 4,000 kilometers border. So what should they do if they look forward? They want to say, okay, we don't like it, but we still need to work together. There's a need to work together. They need the natural resources to get the climate change in time, done in time, and several other reasons. So now you see the wording. Putin is saying friendship and trust, and the Chinese don't say friendship and trust anymore, but they say pragmatic cooperation. And that's the way out. Yeah? If the Chinese would have said, like we want to say, that Putin is a stupid aggressor who started the war, then the dialogue would not be possible anymore. And that's the different way of thinking. Even if you're right, or to compare it with my personal life, if I don't like something my wife has done, I will not talk publicly on a party with her friends to make sure that she is hit hard by my critical position that she's going to change. I would do actually the other way. I would go the other way. I would choose a certain time and a certain place. I would try to understand her. I would choose words which make sure that she can understand. The problem is on a global policy level, we do exactly like boof. So, if the one we are hitting is weak enough, probably the one is falling over. But if he's not or she's not weak enough, the opposition will be even stronger. And that's actually I learned from your because I don't deal with brains. I only deal with.
Well, you do
only deal with people.
You deal with brains all the time because you have a brain.
Yes,
so.
You're right.
So I just want to ask Christina to come into the conversation quickly. What would the feminist foreign policy approach to what Frank is discussing be?
Well, also trying to connect both of them. Feminist foreign policy approach, is very aware of that, how all the crises that we see in the world are a direct product of of systems around in societies around the world that cater only for a minority. You mentioned it before. Globally speaking, it's a white male minority that has made rules over thousands of years, and it just doesn't work for the majority. We see it if we look at indicators of the Sustainable Development Goals, if we look at how that $2 billion annually spent on defense and militarization, and when only less than 0.5% of that budget is spent on UN peacekeeping, like no matter what indicators we're looking at, the system that's been built of international politics and how we allocate money, whose rights we defend, whose rights we accept to be violated, and so forth, it doesn't work for the majority. The feminist movement, if we look at it, it's like 200 to 250 years old, so pretty young compared to 4,000 to 6,000 years of patriarchal society. But at the same time, the feminist movement has achieved so many transformative changes and has already led to an improvement of the lives of so many people around the world. And they've done it, and the movement has been doing it with a mix of being extremely radical, of course, so not much about dialogue, because the movement and different movements at some point have realized that if the oppression is so harsh that you would not even at all be heard at. More radical measures have to be used. But then at the same time, part of the feminist movement has tried to use other ways. And if we look at feminist foreign policy, it really is activism turned into diplomacy. So whilst the demands in their core, they are unapologetic when it comes to defending women's rights, when it comes to not being willing to compromise, for example, on women's right to their own bodies. When we have countries like the US turning over Roe v. Wade, when we have countries like Poland implementing an almost total ban on abortions, when we have countries like Turkey leaving the Istanbul Convention that defends women's rights, and so forth. So being unapologetic and not being willing to make compromises on the very core things that kind of defends and makes our humanity, but at the same time being open, 100% being open to all diplomatic tools and communication and dialogue to achieve it. And very often people think that you cannot have a strong Haltung, a very strong position on something, and at the same time be soft and well-meaning and a good communicator, right? But that is not true. And I feel, for example, if we look at our foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, whom in the beginning so many said, especially when she started talking about a feminist foreign policy, like, what? Do we want to throw like soft balls towards Putin? Like, that's been bullshit, of course, because you can be soft in your approach and open and communicative, and at the same time being very strong on your values and what you want to achieve.
Okay. There was a question here, if you want to just shout it out. I think the microphones will pick these up, but go ahead.
Okay. Heiner Banking, I fully resonate with you. We need common frames of references. That was our outcome 92 after the negotiations in Rio at UNCED. But how to do it? I often say we need to define solution spaces. All this crisis, hidden agendas, splittered views is not helping us if we don't create this embodied common frames of references. And now, in the 30 years, we can use the word mindset or mind prints. It is now possible, and I think you mentioned it with system sciences, that we all label and maybe we make a network. In Germany, in '58, the general model theory was introduced by Herbert Stachowiak. And I'm in the field to bridge, because when we use models, mental models, artistic models, and not just mathematical models like we use in English and nobody understands models has many meanings, then we have a chance to go into this deep meaning of how our mind, holographic or whatever, might work, and how to make it concrete. And we can do it by going beyond this dualistic trap of me, you, but really, we call it house of eyes, worm's eye, fish eye, bird's eye, group eye, generation eye, or me model, you model, they model. Let's do, with architecture, such new mappings and modelings.
Anybody want to pick up on that?
Sorry, I still need to get accustomed to this room. I'm doing it like you now. I learned solution orientation, move the microphone instead of the chair. That's easier. So yeah, talking about solutions, I usually quote Steve DeChaser, who said problem talk creates problems and solution talks create solutions. And that's really this mind shift or mind change or taking the different perspective that you asked about as well and that we've been talking about now in the last half hour or so. It really creates a different mindset. And now the big question is, as we've kind of like trying to pinpoint now, how do we get there, right? Because if there are people who are so trapped because of habits, because of personal habits, cultural habits, historical habits, and it's tricky again to separate these because they are all interconnected. But still, these habits can be very strong. And how do you wake up people? And then I like to say, well, crises are first and foremost turning points. They are turning points because now we are woken up, basically, independent of whether it's the climate crisis or any other connected crisis. Like you said, they are all connected because fundamentally, and that's something I learned not so long ago, they are all a question of equality, actually. A question of where do we want to live, how do we want to live, and how do we want to talk about how we want to live in order to get there. So it really comes down to this very simple question, and of how do we open up people? Well, depending on how many crises we need, or as a biologist / neuroscientist, I like to say how many hot hubs we need to touch, right? In order to make us feel, oh yeah, that's really hot, I'm burning my hand. Yeah. So how bad does it need to be? Changed by design or disaster? How many people need to be killed to literally say this out loud? That's the questions we need to talk about. It. That's the honesty we need on a political level, on a personal level. And like you said, on a personal level, if we are solution oriented, we really try to bring the best argument in order to find some common ground. Whereas on the political stage, we often do the opposite. Yes. And that's just stupid.
And actually, feminist foreign policy should be dialogue based.
It is.
Yes. Yeah. I don't see it so far with Annalena Baerbock. There could be a bit more dialogue-centered approach. It's actually what I think the strength about feminist movement is that the feminist movement is saying we are different. It's good we are different, and we want to have the same rights as the others, and we want to decide ourselves. And if you transfer this to foreign policy, then I would say Frank-Walter Steinmeier is much more feminist than Annalena Baerbock right now.
That's quite a statement.
Yeah.
Oh, that should be a good tweet.
Somebody tweet that, please.
Yeah. Probably it's because she's a beginner in international politics and she still needs to learn.
Oh, no.
But the way she's arguing, she's saying, that's our rules, you need to follow our rules. If you don't follow our rules, we're going to punish you. That's her policy. And I don't think that's a smart way to go right now. And I have to admit I'm a bit disappointed. Probably she needs another year to learn how it works because she had no experience in international politics at all, and probably takes a while. And Frank-Walter Steinmeier, when he started, he was already very, very experienced in international politics. But if I would talk in terms of feminist foreign policy, that would be the direction I would look and I would go.
I'll let Christina answer. There's lots of hands shooting up now around the room, but first I'll let Christina answer. There's one back there that was first.
Well, I'm not the spokesperson of Annalena Baerbock, and at the same time, just want to make sure that we're not going down this rabbit hole of kind of making the expertise of women smaller than those of men. We're not doing that here because Annalena Baerbock is incredibly experienced international lawyer with tons of experience and in politics, highly qualified. And Frank-Walter Steinmeier, I'm also not here to judge him, but he's most definitely not feminist. I guess Frank-Walter Steinmeier did not have to deal with a war in Europe, and there are many other situational factors that definitely differentiate those two. And with Annalena Baerbock announcing a feminist foreign policy and trying to really stick to her values, she has been confronted with crises like the multitude of crises that no other foreign minister in Germany had before. So that definitely does not make her expertise or her commitment to feminist foreign policy smaller. Quite the opposite. I feel that she's been extremely smart in how
to stick to her very values of human security, human rights, equity for all, whilst dealing with one of the worst aggressors that we have seen.
Okay, there was a question here, and we have a microphone now being passed around. Yeah, it should be on.
I've got a question. I'm not obviously trying to talk about consensus here.
Sorry, 1 second. Go ahead.
So we're talking about consensus here and how to get people...
It might be better without the microphone. I'm sorry. If I just ask you to shout.
So the important stream, please. Okay, so we're talking about consensus and how to get people to think the same and to agree. I mean, what was interesting and completely surprising was when Brexit voted for Brexit, because the banking thing is going to be bad economically, yet they voted for Brexit. What people had in common with the voted for Brexit because they were old. Young people voted for Remain because they were young. So I like the comment from Frank that the West goes backwards and the East goes forwards. But generally, old people go backwards because the future of life is short. Their past life is long. What's happening in Europe is that we continue to get old. Africa is very young, obviously it's forward and backwards. Replacement age in Italy is 1.2, average age 62 or 63, and now going to vote for our government because they're going backwards. This is one of the problems, that there's just not enough young people in Europe to look forward. And the past is with old people that continue to go backwards, as we've seen.
You can, Yvonne, if you wouldn't mind handing the mic to the man in the white. Does somebody in the meantime want to take on that question, if you were able to understand it? Isn't the problem in Europe that we're too old and don't have enough young people to look forward?
I can start, and maybe Frank, you want to pick up on that. Age is definitely one thing, because I mean, just on a very purely mathematical scale, you have more years to live on average if you're young compared to when you're old. So the brain also changes in terms of, for example, its plasticity. So the older you get, the less plastic, the less changeable your brain is. So the more you stick to what you know, your habits become even stronger. That doesn't mean, as I said yesterday, that you can't change. Your brain changes all the time until you die, but it goes slower. And of course, every habit, the more you repeat it, it's really not linear, but definitely increasing relationship. The more you repeat one thing, the more you believe, and the more you are convinced, and the more you do certain things, because it really becomes this highway, so to say, in your brain. But it's not only related to age, because that's what you refer to as well. It's this thing whether you can lose or gain something.
Yes.
And that's really crucial to understand, I think, on the world stage, because that's why the people in Britain are now mourning the past, because they are really scared and afraid, and we all know what fear does to us. It makes us more stupid, because our clever brain parts are blocked, basically, and we are trying to survive. But anyways, so the people who can lose something, because they've been privileged, they've been in charge, they knew how the world worked, right? They want to keep that old state, of course. Whereas the people who see all the pictures from the people who live a better or supposedly better life, they are looking forward. Not only the young, so it's too simple to just use age here, but it's really your position in the world and compared to other countries especially.
And this means that you can change it. So because it's all, as well affecting young people. You cannot say, we are all old, we can't change it, and that's how it goes. If you talk about this position perspective, if you realize that if you're losing out position, you start to defending your old position, and if you see this is the wrong way, you have to actually open up to see new developments, and probably you have to give up old routines and old habits. So there you have a choice, and that's actually very important, because the other argument goes, from my perspective, it goes too far into a direction we can't do anything, and that's how it is, and we basically all get older.
And that then, of course, also shows in liberation movements, right? Let's look at the anti-racist movement, again, the feminist movement, the climate movement. It is no coincidence that, for example, the climate movement is led by young women, and in I have a scientist next to me, so maybe you have a word to say on that, what I'm about to say. But there's, in climate justice research, you actually also talk about the white male effect, the fact that white men are not as engaged in the climate movement because they do not feel as the pressure to actually do something about it, because but it's the young, it's the women, it is the climate movement comes from indigenous folks, from people of color. Women of color have always been at the forefront, because they have they have nothing to keep, because they've not had anything. They've not been benefiting from the destructive, extractive capitalist system and extractive industries. And so it is them who are fighting, who have the vision. So if we're really considering who are our visionary thinkers and leaders in the world, it's not those who have built the world so far.
We have so many questions. You have the mic at the moment. There is a set of questions here, and I also want to make sure I don't miss anybody behind me. You had a question as well. Okay, so we'll start with this one here.
Oh, very interesting discussion. Ivan Gabor, Hungarian immigrant here in Germany.
You need to speak louder.
Yeah, okay.
Just shout.
If we had any learning yesterday, then it was that in crisis times, we do not have answers. So the main difference is that our brain probably, and this is a question already, used to have always to get answers. That's what we learned in school, that's what we learned in family, and that's why we always want to provide answers. And we can't stick just with questions. And here in the room, we are always trying to say that we are agree in things, and in the same time we are making divisions all the time between men, white. I am the enemy in the room, even heterosexual. Why we do this? This is one question. The second question is that could we say out loud that not gender is the main problem in the politics, and don't say that female is good, male is wrong, in the time of Giorgia Meloni's and Marine Le Pen's and so on and so forth.
So this
And
is
just
you
a
and yours.
remark that I don't think that people are queuing in London right now because of the past. I think we all had the feeling that probably she was the only one in the last decades in political life who was thinking that the personality is less important than the work.
But that's past.
I would say that
It's over. Definitely over.
that would be the future, to have politicians that they don't put their personality in the front and to do politics for living, just to serve in the best sense of the word.
I understand.
But that's,
point.
before I answer the question, that's a perfect example, like your exchange right now for this perspective taking, right? And that's why it's so important to listen to each other. And I don't want to sound too idealistic here. It's funny, like if you say, yeah, you need to listen to each other, it's yeah, come on, go back. It's naive to believe that, right? But I really mean it. Like, this was a perfect example, and you haven't staged this, of listening to each other. And then Frank said, oh yeah, right, this is a different perspective. And then something starts in your head, and you're actually able to learn, and you're actually consciously trying to reconsider your position. And that brings me to the question of safety and habits, or what you refer to maybe as uncertainty. Our brain is always looking for certainty. So when the crisis hits, or when we feel, think, believe, perceive that there is a crisis, that something is changing, our brain loses this certainty mode, the habit mode. On an average day, 95% of our things that we do and think and believe are habits. And this is why it's important, or it's important in order to understand that, to realize that this brain in our head is actually what I often call the Stone Age brain. And I don't mean it in a bad or mean way. I also have a Stone Age brain. I'm not insulting anybody, I hope, here. But that's because this mechanism, or these mechanisms, it's multiple ones, they are that old. They are older than domination or whatever. They are really old. And they basically are important to understand, and that's why I claim that we need more psychology on the political stage. Just some basics. Not everybody needs to study psychology, don't be scared. But to understand, this is our brain trying to protect us. So when we go into this uncertainty mode, our brain can no longer make predictions. And that's really bad. Or when it makes predictions, there's always a big prediction error. So we believe, okay, we always did it this way. We always looked up at the Queen, or we walked to the office, and then the pandemic hit, or whatever, right? That creates uncertainty. Or we were in charge. That creates uncertainty. And then our brain doesn't know what to do, because it has all these habits and all these routines in order to save energy. So then now we have to use that energy to come up with new things. And now the question is really, how do we look at these new things? Do we look at it as chances, or are we scared and trying to protect? And that brings me back to the first question you asked me, like the defense mode, right? Because then we try to either get even closer, and that's what we see historically. I'm not a historian, but when I look at history with a psychological perspective, you see that whenever people are really uncertain, they are most open for the easy answers.
Yes. True.
I first of all would like to assure you that, but also maybe Frank sitting next to me, that you're most definitely not the enemy in this room. You as individuals, most definitely never, unless you do something terrible, then we can talk about that again. And at the same time, whilst this is a truth, something else is a truth, that others historically have been viewed as enemies, and because of that been oppressed. And I'm all for really looking at this feminist thing, you said gender, with like a very sober and calm mindset. And this is what we need. Like, we need to look at the facts historically, because when we now talk about we need more diversity, we need to include all voices, it's not about demonizing white men. It's about making the point, the past hundreds of years, we've only heard you and listened to you, and only your ideas mattered. And this needs to change. It's not about demonizing, it's about stating the historical facts. Because if, for example, you know, when Kamala Harris was elected vice president in the whole world, people were celebrating, I was celebrating, everyone was like, hell yes, finally a woman of color in this position, vice president, not even president. And so many voices said, finally a woman makes it to a position that that men have done for so many years. And the narrative too often is, finally a woman is good enough. But that's not the right story. The right story is that someone like Kamala Harris, until a bit more than 100 years ago, she was not politically franchised. Like, she was not allowed to vote. As a woman of color in the US, in many states, even until the 60s. As a black person until the 60s, there was segregation. As a woman until the 70s, she was not allowed to have a bank account. Quickly coming back to Germany, in Germany until 77, women were not allowed to have bank accounts. The institution of the marriage in the late 19th century was implemented to make women dependent on men. In Germany until 1997, women were allowed to legally be raped in marriage. Like, historically, laws have been invented by those who had the power to make laws, to keep so many, like with so much force, out of the political space and out of decision-making spheres, that we need to state this. And when nowadays we talk about the importance of the feminist movement to break up those structures and to change those laws. I was involved when in 2016 we changed the German rape law to no means no, because until 2016 the victim in Germany had to, and victim in cases of rape are over 90% women. The victim had to prove that she physically fought the perpetrator. That was until 2016. We have this history of rules that kept so many and still keep so many people from decision-making powers. And we must name this, because otherwise we cannot do better looking into the future and build better structures where all experiences and needs are included. So again, the white male is not the enemy, and at the same time, tolerance of ambiguity. Many people, we as a society, need to listen to those facts to build a better society and future.
Can I add one sentence? Because this now brings it, I think, not all, but a lot together, what you just said. When you asked the question, oh, what's the difference between asking the what are we against compared to what are we for, and the groups and the perspectives and looking to the past. Because if we look at the past, then we immediately have these groups, and we have this feeling that then white, male, heterosexual individuals believe, okay, I'm now the bad person in the room, and we create these groups, and we think about, okay, this group and all these individuals who belong to these groups are doing something wrong. But if we ask ourselves, where do we want to go to? Because we then, if we look backwards, say, okay, we are against discrimination, and then it becomes a very complicated and long discussion, and we still have the feeling, okay, there is this kind of tendency and this feeling, right, that you raised and that you mentioned, and I'm really happy that you asked that question. It's still somehow there. But if we force, in a positive way, ourselves to ask, okay, where do we want to go to? Immediately these groups dissolve. It's like this tablet that you put into water, the vitamin pills, it dissolves in the water, right? Because then it doesn't matter what skin color you have. It really is about, okay, we want to have a society where everybody can speak up if they have a point. And that's different, because then we stop demonizing certain individuals, groups, and so on. So it's a perfect example, I think.
When I see you talk, when I listen to you talking, the Asians talk in the same way about the West, and there's strong similarities, and that's quite obvious that they have the same kind of problems you mentioned. Different content, but structurally the problems are the same.
Thank you. And we're getting short on time, so I'm going to ask to gather a few questions if we can. We had two here. I think that's okay. Okay, so I'd maybe gather a question here, and then hand the mic back there. Okay. We'll gather 3 questions at the moment, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you first of all. Thank you for the conference at all. I joined yesterday very much, and I enjoyed this panel as well. And the conference underlines the times of transformation we live in. Yes, we come from a stable, wealthy past. Now we live in a present that doesn't work any longer, but we don't have a vision for the tomorrow, for the future. Yeah, and I think the future is more than the present, and it's in a different way than the present. Maybe totally different. Yeah. But the only picture of the future we have still in this room is that we fear the future because it won't be as stable and wealthy than the past. Yeah? Sure. So politically, we are children of the era Angela Merkel or Frank-Walter Steinmeier. Yeah? We are very pragmatic, very sober, very boring. We made a lot of bad decisions, Russian gas, for example. Yeah? We lived on the cost of our children and even all of the young people here sitting in this room. Yeah? The main point is we don't have a vision of the future world, a better, a brighter, a greener, a more democratic, more equal, more wealthy world. Yeah? And so populism and new authoritarianism is the pictures we fight against. Yeah? We don't have a vision of the future, a positive vision of the future.
If you say we, who are we?
Me, my generation, your generation.
I have a vision.
The bad one, the wrong one, I think. Yeah?
I don't think so.
Because if you had a good vision, we would laugh at the ideas of Xi Jinping and Putin or Trump or Boris Johnson.
Could I ask you to put your question directly? Sorry, just so we make sure we get through all of them.
I hope that maybe the conference focuses too much on the immediate present and not on the spectacular vision of the future. I learned the Realität wird schon richten, or maybe our Stone Age brain, but we have to work on the visions of the future.
Okay, thank you. And if you could hand the mic on.
Come on.
We're just going to gather a few and then you guys.
Thank you very much. I'll make it very short. I love the thinking very much, and I like to pick up on the first question, on the first statement of Maren Urner. She talked about dynamic thinking and said, okay, if we're going to go forward, we have to pick up on one idea. What do I want to achieve? Yesterday, the mayor of Tallinn said, we're coming to a limit of formats of governments because the crisis is so big that we have to redesign government. My question is, how can we apply this thinking, Maren, into the rituals of international powerhouses and conferences? Because we use up so much time sitting in circles and sitting in parliaments and with people who are very smart and where the knowledge is around, but nothing really changes so quick. So how do we apply this thinking in new formats, in new forms of conferences, and new forms of communication? That's my question.
Thank you. I've written that down, and if we could get the microphone here, can I just grab this from you? Hand it back.
Wow, I got the microphone. I'm the first woman from the audience talking. I'm kidding, I'm sorry. I couldn't drop that. Well, there has been a lot of different, very interesting aspects, so I'm really trying to, with the time limit, to just kind of gather of all the small impacts. So I think in the beginning, and also yesterday, we are talking about values and how we should, as let's say we, the Western world, should try to convince the rest, the emerging countries, from the very great values that we have. I just want to point out that given the long time of colonialism and Western dominance, there are a lot of concepts that we also exported in the world, like nation state, sovereignty, patriarchy, and other things. So we kind of have to find what kind of values we're talking about here, because I think that the power hungry of the world, and we also talk about Bolsonaro, Putin, Trump, etc., and we actually, this is very global. So it's not only Western men we're talking about, white men we're talking about. So maybe we should think about the idea that there are always people who want to benefit from certain mindsets and power dynamics, and it's not that it's a Western concept or not, wherever it comes from, it exists. So like questioning these, and of course, the experiences of marginalized groups, women and others, are important to challenge that, but it's not a blueprint. Like, if we only have women in power, won't change if we still keep the same power aspects. So of course, I think in the sense of feminist foreign policy or feminist approach to politics, it's not the feminine that we're talking about, it's the concept behind that we're challenging, like the dominant concept that has been here. So I'm sorry, might not be really a question. You are very, I would be happy to hear your thoughts about it, more an input than anything else.
But basically, you're talking about different groups and layers of groups. And the question is, at the end, which group I feel strong, I feel, which belonging to group I feel stronger. And this is probably, in different world areas, it's probably different. And that's probably something we need to see clearly, that, for example, from a perspective of the South of Asia, this Western dominance is a very, very important thing, and probably more important than political systems. On a second grade, the political systems become very important as well. But what we probably need to see the different layers, and that the layers of that these layers are probably different from a Western perspective than from Asian or South American or African perspective. I think if we value every group equally, it's probably not realistic.
And perhaps the other two questions, which was, one was, we don't have a vision of the future, and then the other question was to you, Maren, about bringing this mindset into conferences.
Yeah. Not only conferences, but I think all heads in the world. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm no longer sleeping. No, joke aside, I think it's really important that on a political stage, and that's what I meant when I said we need more psychological or basic psychological understanding when we do politics. And we need to stop separating. Again, we are separating and labels here, separating between, let's say, the official side and the unofficial or personal and private side or whatsoever. Because there's a lot of time lost, as you said, I think, as well, by just doing things in certain ways and not really cutting to the chase. There's this good expression in English, and really talking about what do we want to go to, where do we want to go to? And that connects to the first question, right? But in order to do that, we need people who are sitting on these, let's say, tables and in these rooms that have this knowledge. They need to have this knowledge. And again, I'm not claiming that everybody who wants to go into politics or wants to have a certain decision responsibility and so on, or leadership, has to study psychology on top of what they are studying or learning or doing anyways. But really to set up, and this is really important, a structure, incentive structure as well, that realize or that make sure that we applaud the people who are doing this and not the people who are trying to stick to some kind of old, and this is the opposite of the dynamic thinking, the static thinking. So this is why it's also important not to blame the politics or the people for not doing enough, but to really always ask, what can I do, depending on what group I'm currently in? Because as I said, I'm a private person, but I'm also a neuroscience and so on. And you all have different groups you belong to all the time. And depending on which group and role I'm currently in, what can I do in order to make it better, in order to practice this dynamic thinking? And then we have to vote or somehow elect people into the positions, the people who are in charge that have that knowledge in order to cut, the bullshit. Because we don't have much time left. Thank you.
That's a clear statement. We only have about 10 minutes or so left, so I'm going to ask to take 4 questions. There's 2 behind me, one in the row back there who's been waiting, and the gentleman here's been waiting. I'd ask that you please keep your questions short, and we will take them in the time that we have.
Imagine a wild animal, aggressive, seeing you as food. And I'm hearing here, it's a good idea to start a dialogue about a joint future. I'm illustrating this because for me that's reflecting the situation we have in Europe versus Ukraine versus Russia. And I'm hearing here, it's good to have a dialogue with somebody that already explained that he has a completely different vision than we have about the future. So the question for you is how to deal with people that are explaining in detail their completely different vision about the future and are maybe not listening to you anymore. That's what many political leaders explained, that Putin is not listening and is not interested in having any dialogue.
Thanks for that question. Oh yeah, go ahead. Just if you could wait for the microphone. Thanks, that helps for our stream. Thank you.
Thank you to the speakers and to the moderator for this discussion. I have first a tiny question to Frank. Frank, do you have Chinese citizenship?
No.
No, just interested. Okay.
Just a question.
So, my point here is that you're basically talking about the absence of objectivity, which I agree to, but what you essentially fail to recognize, ironically, because of your perspective, is that dialogue in itself is already a virtue. It is an accomplishment, an achievement of our society. So, and it's not recognized as a as a positive thing or as a virtue in, unfortunately, in China and in Russia. So they just don't care if we have a dialogue or not. It's just.
I do not agree. There's lots of dialogue in Asia between Chinese and other countries. They just, as I said, they just built the biggest free trade zone in the world, and it took like 8 years to negotiate. It's basically, it's not true. I don't know so much about about Russia and Putin, but for Asia, I can say dialogue, including China, is playing a very, very important role. And in some ways, it's for them, they're more successful in talk to each other despite big differences, as I was mentioning already, like different religions, different political systems, different sizes, and different development statuses. So I would not say that dialogue is something which is which is something which is a strong advantage of the West. You also have it in Asia and Africa, same thing.
But that comes back to the first question we heard, which I think, Malin, you wanted to answer. What happens with dialogue when you're speaking to someone who's not interested in listening?
Yeah, so we're back at the Stone Age brain, so I'm very happy for that example, because I always talk about the saber-toothed tiger or the mammoth approaching you, and then what do? Well, you don't sit down and have a dialogue with that animal, because, well, that's probably the last thing you ever do. And that's where our Stone Age brain has these survival mechanisms that I already shortly referred to, the fight, flight, or freeze response. And what that brings us, if we look at it more from a meta level too, is this short-term thinking, right? Because it doesn't make sense, literally doesn't make sense to think about what will happen in 10 or 20 years when there's immediate danger, be it an aggressor, be it a flood, be it something else that's threatening our life. Because if we are dead, nothing else makes sense. So we first have to make sure that we survive. So that's very important to realize. When do we face these situations where short-term thinking, of course, is important or actually life-saving? But now we created structures, and I'm coming back to the previous point I made, where we always or most often focus on these short-term solutions because our brain is wired to do that because it's easier. It takes a lot more work to do the long-term thinking. Anybody ever try to change a habit, like doing sports, eating healthy, sleeping early, all these kind of things? And that's why the private is political, because it's hard, but the cost-benefit analysis, and I'm pretty sure you love cost-benefit analysis, because everything in life is one. You put something in, you get something out, and then you look whether it was good or bad. Yeah, and that's the same here. We have to put something in order to get a lot out. And that's why dialogue is work. That's why it's hard to listen to other people, even if you first think, oh, this person is completely stupid, or this perspective I don't want to listen to. But it's really worth it, and it's the only chance we have, because that's, again, bringing home this point that future and sustainability, they're basically the same. Otherwise, we're destroying the very basic of our life. The most important thing we need is food. And if we have people fighting each other because of other stupid things, there will be no food left for anybody.
This is beautiful. And it just makes me realize again how, I mean, you've been mentioning the importance of psychology all the time. I did my bachelor's in psychology, my master's in politics, and in between spent the summer in an institute on political psychology, and again realizing how this is the most powerful combination, because what you have just been explaining, and I want to get back to that question here as well, because I've been asked this in interviews a lot on feminist foreign policy. We have a war now, and you want to come with like women's rights and blah, and like it doesn't make sense. Putin's going to kill people, and you are against, and you are in favor of demilitarization. Like that's been the question. That is kind of the same context. So what I used to say is that feminist foreign policy is really excellent at distinguishing at short, medium, and long term. So in the short term. So in the short term, feminists, everyone who's in favor of human security has never, ever not supported someone's self-defense. Be it a woman who's being attacked by a man, this woman has the right to defend herself as much as possible. The same for people who are faced with the massive violence. They need to be supported in a way that they are asking for help. And that's not only supported by the UN Charter, it just makes sense from a human perspective. But feminist foreign policy was never about reacting to those immediate outbursts of violence. It is aware of it, and precisely because of that, in the long term, feminists have been proposing a better vision for the future. That is why feminists, including myself, we've been criticizing the 100 billion that Scholz and the government announced for militarization, and announcing militarization as the key solution to a war, when militarization is the reason for the war, instead of spending the same amount of money on civilian peace building, improving international law, diplomacy, supporting human rights defenders. There's like a whole list of demands by feminists of how in the very long term we can build structures where militarization is, we live in a hyper militarized state. That is not a natural law. That's not a Naturgesetz. That's been decisions, and societies can be built differently. I like the comparison of, imagine you're building a small village, and you're comparing that to building societies. You're building a small village, and you're not using the best quality for building the houses. So you use materials that are easily inflammable, that you can easily light fire. So you use rubbish material and then realize, oh, fire can break out any time. So we're spending lots of money on the fire brigade. If you translate that into building societies, we've been building societies that are not strong and not resilient, that prioritize a minority over the majority. And whilst building that, we've been spending lots on militarization and always prepared to use violence to react to problems. And that's been a societal structure for hundreds of years. So in a feminist approach, has this long-term vision of redirecting money to build futures where the second that people, for example, say, okay, minority rights are being attacked in Russia, LGBTQI rights are being attacked, domestic violence is being legalized again. We have these signs we have seen for so many years, and civil society has always been saying, if this is how it's like, when it starts like this, that minority rights are being massively attacked, more worse things will come. So intervention should have happened then. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we only had these last two questions, and then we need to wrap up, unfortunately. So I just ask for them to be brief.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for raising our attention, both on a private and political level. And as we heard yesterday, cities are balancing in between these two, which is the most interesting for us now. To consider conversations, I think we started considering conversations as speaking well and gently, yet with the aim to convince. And with this discussion, I think we opened up enough that we complement our communication with listening enough to maybe be convinced, even if we have passionate beliefs, and not to mistake the truth to our own values. And Frank was very right in the morning to point it out that our values might be or not validated in different parts of the world. And to keep this openness, I invite you for a game. I'm an architect working in learning spaces, and our Stone Age brain goes into the defense mode in 20 seconds after we sit down. So if we come back after the break, I invite you to sit at a completely different spot, because it really makes a change, rewires our brains a bit differently, and maybe help us to maintain this openness that you promoted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that's really great, and I wouldn't even call it a game, but maybe we can make that into it. But it's good to also call it a game, because then it's inviting. Framing is everything. But it's really important because literally to take a different perspective. And that's so nice about architecture and thinking about culture and where do we always sit. If you sit in a different spot now, when you come back, it really changes your perspective, not only on the things that are said, but also literally in your brain, because you see the world from a different perspective. So try it wherever you go. Really, really thankful for your comment.
And I have to give the last word to the woman here in red. You had a question. You did not.
I had a question. I guess the point is already quite old. Maybe I just want to make the comment that I think it's important to underline that group identities can change.
Yeah.
Like, when you talked about, like, this post-colonial argument about the West being an aristocracy, and I just felt like, yeah, maybe, like, not all Asian countries will see, like, the Russian embargo or all this as an aristocratic problem, but Taiwan might see this differently. So this, yeah, my main point was that it's a little bit more complicated than just seeing the West, because it depends on democratic values and values in general. Values can change, group identity can change. And I just wanted to make this point a little bit stronger, but maybe we'll talk later a bit about this.
Thank you for that
Thanks.
point. And I think that's a good note to wrap up on. This has been a really dynamic discussion. Thank you all for this. Round of applause for you. You guys were terrific. We're going to take an hour break for an early lunch. Join us back here in a different seat at 12:45, and we'll continue with a discussion on urban mobility.
Cool. Super.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're grabbing some food and some drink. We're going to get started again in room 6. If you were not there before the break, you just go past the stage, behind the stage, keep going, and you'll find room 6. We're going to get started in just a few moments, so please wrap up your food and drink and bring it with you. You can't hear me, can you? Okay, I'm gonna. Now it should be live. Now can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Great. I'm going to try to speak very close to the mic, and I'll advise our two guests to do the same as well. We are, as I had mentioned, starting out with a conversation about urban mobility. I think we have a lot of urban dwellers in the room here with us. And I'd like to introduce right away, since we just have half an hour, and I'd like to get your questions in, our guests. So immediately to my left is Eva Keinkamp, who is the CEO of the BVG, the BVG, which is Berlin's public transport operator, and she's going to be speaking to us in a moment. And we also have Ross Douglas with us, the founder and CEO of Autonomy, which is the world's leading sustainable mobility network. So I'd like to ask Ross to start with a presentation that he has prepared for us.
Thank you, Sumi. Okay, so my name is Ross Douglas, and I'm going to talk about why we need to transition from being motorists to mobilists. And for me, the genesis of the idea really came when I went to Lagos to do an event for startups to pitch their ideas to VCs with a friend of mine who was Nigerian. And we've got these really interesting investors who came out from the States who were ex-Nigerians, and we had these great young Nigerian entrepreneurs. And every single entrepreneur would get asked the question, well, how will you move your goods from A to B? Because in Nigeria or in Lagos, there's absolutely almost zero mobility. And at the time, I was using a driver, which you do in Lagos, to move, and I averaged about 3 to 4 kilometers an hour. And I would commute for 2 to 3 hours to do a meeting, which was 4 or 5 kilometers away. And what is very clear to me is that as you keep adding cars into cities, you keep getting less and less mobility. And one of the few solutions people had, which doesn't really work, was that they would buy police lights from the police to try and push the other cars out the way with their flashing sirens. And that's how unbelievably constricted it became. So, I started understanding that increasing car ownership just really is a massive problem. So I, at the time, got all excited and moved to Paris in 2015 to create the world's first urban mobility event that was focused on post-car ownership. At the time, the biggest trend was amongst Europeans moving from normal motor cars to SUVs. So it was a completely premature idea. I lost my money and had to start again with new investors. But along the way, I've learned quite a lot. And what I want to talk to you today about is why we need to transition more from motorists to being mobilists as opposed to just from combustion to electric. So, let me go to the first slide. So obviously what's happening now in Europe is we've got Fit for 55, which is the EU's plan to halve carbon emissions by 2030 and go to carbon neutral by 2050. A big part of that plan is the banning of combustion vehicles from 2035. So the hope, obviously, is that we can radically reduce carbon emissions by converting from ICE, internal combustion engines, to electric vehicles. The problem is that only really reduces carbon emissions if you have 100% renewable energy. What we've learned due to the energy crisis now is that we don't have 100% renewable energy in Europe, and we are unlikely to have 100% renewable energy for a very long time. Energy is very difficult to create, particularly renewable energy. It takes time. And when you have big electric vehicles, which generally weigh 2 tons to move an 80-kilogram person, they just require a lot of energy to move that amount of mass. For the result of moving a person from A to B. There are other, obviously electric vehicles are called zero-emission vehicles, and while they are better on most occasions to combustion vehicles, there are other emissions that will become more and more problematic. The first one is tire emissions. So what is now being realized and discovered is that microparticles and microplastics going into the oceans, the most toxic part of that is from our tire emissions, what they call tire dust, particles that come off on the road, get washed down the rivers and into the sea, and they're super, super toxic, killing fish. What will happen in the future, obviously, is we'll have legislation to reduce those emissions, and that legislation will go against electric vehicle ownerships owners who have just been subsidized to buy electric vehicles. So that will be problematic. The other big problem, obviously, is that electric vehicles just require a massive amount of minerals to make the batteries. An electric vehicle has roughly half a ton of battery in order to give you the desired autonomy of 400 kilometers that most people feel they need to have an electric vehicle. This is a very beautiful photograph of a lithium mine in Chile. And with those lithium mines, what they do is they get the sludge of lithium, it evaporates, and it takes about 2.2 million liters of water to produce 1 ton of lithium. Obviously, as we go to a warming planet, we go to a water-scarce planet. The amount of lithium we produce today is not sufficient for the amount of electric vehicles we hope to make, and we need to increase the mining of lithium by 40 to 50 times of what it is today. So these are some of the externalities that we often don't think about, just because obviously electric vehicles are zero-emission vehicles, but the emissions sit somewhere else. Let's talk for a minute not just about the environmental impact, but obviously the economic impact. What we obviously want to do as European taxpayers, I'm South African, but I live and pay tax in Europe, is we want our economies to do well, we want our employment to do well. And when we move to electric vehicles, we have to change the whole value chain. It's no longer about mechanical engineering, it's no longer about securing fossil fuels. It is all now about producing energy in a different way and storing that energy in the battery. And what we are seeing is that Europe is very, very far behind China in the critical minerals that are needed to make those batteries. So economically, every time you make an electric vehicle, roughly a third of that cost is in the battery, and 70, 80, 90% of that money is sent to China because they have the whole value chain of the batteries. That's a slide that demonstrates the point. Because there are three parts to making a battery. The first part is you've got to get the nickel, the cobalt, the graphite, the lithium out the ground. Happens in Australia, Africa, South America. Obviously, there's no mining in Europe. You then got to take that raw material and you've got to process it, which is a very dirty, energy-expensive process, into oxides. That happens mainly in China. Literally 90% of the material is processed there. And then you send that to the gigafactories where they make the batteries. Like you have a gigafactory in Germany, Northvolt in Sweden, there's one in the UK going. And we, as Europeans, just have not invested in that value chain. So it's all in China. And obviously when we go to renewable energy, we're going to need battery storage to store our energy. So for example, in Germany, you have about 40 million motor cars. If you converted all of those to electric vehicles, you would have at least 20 million tons of batteries sitting in vehicles, and those batteries could obviously be used to, keep the power on in schools and buildings and businesses, because batteries will become hugely valuable when we go across to renewable energy. This slide is really to talk about why we've got this idea so wrong. So that, this is what a lot of policymakers are looking at. They're saying, okay, how can we change the 1.8 billion vehicles on the planet from ICE vehicles to battery electric vehicles or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles? What I'll argue today, and it's very good to be sitting here with the head of BVG, is that we need to rather look at how to replace motor cars with other forms of mobility. And we need to look at how do you replace vehicles that are doing the most mileage from combustion to electric. There's not much point if I am doing, a daily commute of 5 kilometers a day, changing a combustion vehicle to an electric vehicle, because the emissions sit not in the driving of that vehicle, they sit in the manufacturing of that vehicle. And that vehicle is way underutilized. Electric vehicles generally last between 500 and 700,000 kilometers. Combustion's about 200. So combustion vehicles work quite well for the 10 to 12-year lifespan. Electric vehicles would last 20 to 25 years. So they're not really designed for single ownership. They're much better designed for professional use or for sharing use, where you can get the mileage up, because nobody wants to own a car that's 20 years old. So psychologically, instead of saying, wow, look, we can replace these 1.8 billion vehicles with electric vehicles, we should be saying, how do we convert combustion miles to electric miles, and how do we radically reduce car ownership and replace it with other forms of mobility? And this is the argument today. What this slide shows is that when you reduce car ownership, a whole lot of other businesses start up and start filling that space. They start jumping into the ecosystem, because obviously car ownership is a good door-to-door solution. And one of the reasons people do not want to lose their motor car is that it actually works really well from door to door. And there are not enough good alternatives to replace that motor car yet. But what is happening now is you have obviously mass transit at the base, the super important base of your transit. And now you have a whole lot of other private operators adding shared micromobility. Where is Europe leading in mobility? Europe is making the best, most sophisticated electric bikes in the world. And those electric bike companies, a lot of them are German, have absolutely blossomed. So you start getting a whole new ecosystem developing, which is very European. The money stays in Europe. It creates jobs. It's much more youthful, if I can put it that way. So, creating jobs for young people too. Those companies are often driven by young entrepreneurs. very, very exciting companies. And that's also in the manufacturing of new light vehicles, the mobility shared services, the data, the software that sits behind it. So that is my conclusion. It's a short conclusion, but my argument, as you would understand, is that in order to truly reduce carbon emissions to within the level of 1.5 or 2 degrees, we cannot tinker and say, well, let's keep our relationship with motor cars the same. We have to radically reduce car ownership. In America today, the parking lots of America collectively add up to a space the size of Poland. That's how much infrastructure they've dedicated to car parking. The more car parks you have, the further away things are, the more you need a car to get to them because the car parks are taking up all the space. As you start getting warming cities and a warming planet, what you need to do is you need to take that black asphalt, which retains heat and holds heat. You need to put trees there, you need to put other stuff there because it just is a thermal mass that holds and retains heat. So what I believe will happen is that you'll start naturally getting a movement away from car ownership to motorist to mobilist. And what I believe is that European policymakers should understand this and really incentivize people to reduce car ownership and incentivize businesses like the great industrial businesses like Volkswagen to get more into the shared mobility services and new mobility services. And a final comment I'd like to finish on is that I believe we will start to see light autonomous vehicles on our streets, which will provide another very good way of moving that replaces the practicalities and the convenience of car ownership. Thank you.
Eva, your organization does a lot of moving people from point A to B. I'd like to hear your perspective.
First of all, thank you for having me and giving me an opportunity to talk a little about BVG and how we look at Ross's opinion as well. The conference has the title, The New Unknown, Navigating Zeitenwende. For us as a public transportation company, we're also sort of in the new unknown. We're part of a very disruptive force at the moment with which we as a transportation company or the business in general isn't quite up to yet. What do I mean by that? We had a very huge experiment in the last couple of months in Germany where we had a ticket for a month for €9 for all public transportation in Germany. So you could buy a ticket, €9 for 1 month, and it was a free ride in a way, and this encountered a group of people who have been sort of in a very secluded field. No one really bothered about how public transportation, especially urban public transportation, works. So now we have all those disruptive forces on us, and we found out that people actually like going with public transportation when it's there, which is the main conclusion of what we have seen, because even if whatever Ross is telling us about the urban space, usually transportation or vehicle usage starts somewhere completely different. Starts in the suburbs, it starts in the rural places, and there, of course, we have a whole lot of people going in cars. So they also bought €9 tickets and said, great stuff, but we can't use it. There's nothing there. So that really is the disruption. If we want to go to a place where Ross wants to go, changing individual car ownership to shared mobility in any way or pooled mobility in any way, we're going to have to enable quite a lot on a digital field to actually get there. So that is one of the most disruptive things which has happened to us in Germany. All the other things, of course, are around us. Energy crisis is one. The war against Ukraine is another one. Then all sorts of demographic issues, because we are still an aging country, and we are now looking for drivers, for example, all over the place. We would take anyone here in the room who wants to be a bus driver or a tram driver. You are hardly welcome. You really are. And because that's one of the biggest risks we have if we want to really go into the sharing world and the public transportation world and reducing ridership with motor cars, increasing trains, whatever. We will need people, even if the ultimate goal might be autonomous driving, but there's still a time in between, and we all don't know how long this time in between will be. Those are really the new unknowns in an industry, as you might imagine, which is really long term. We have long term investment processes. If you want to build a new railway, and you know that it's going to be there for 50 or 100 years, you don't do this like that. It's not one of those wonderful Silicon Valley startup things where you say, okay, let's do it, let's break it, and see what we can do tomorrow. This is not what we do. We plan and we look and we build, and then we build trains, and next week we have InnoTrans, and you can take a look at all those trains. And it's going to take a while. So in this long-term business and in this long-term planning, we are now in a complete new unknown for us, because we have to be really fast in reacting to political influence, and also the way people actually want to experience public transportation. They want it to be intermodal, they want it to be seamless, they want it to be easy, they want it to be currency free. You just take your smartphone and wherever you are, you know exactly that you get the best price. And our answer at the moment as a provider is, you better learn your tariffs by heart, so you know that you actually have the right ticket. So that can't be the way people would want to experience public transportation. And this is not only here, this is really basically all over the place. And there are other public transportations or public transportation authorities which might be a little bit further along, but still the main idea of how to get access to public transportation is you buy a ticket. You buy it at the driver or you buy it somewhere else, but you always buy a ticket and you never know whether it's the right price or not. So from our real challenges in the future, we have the demographic part, we have the digital part, and of course we have the diversity part as well, since we are looking at a very homogeneous group of people who are working within the public transportation industry. And you said everyone wants to go from A to B. I don't believe that. It's just one of those myths. You have people who combine journeys, or you have people who are once there and then the next time maybe in 3 months, but then again a lot. You have people who might be handicapped or disabled who don't do A to B, who do all sorts of different journeys, because that is the only way they get really to their destinations and be able to participate in mobility in general. So we have to look at our networks as well in a completely different way of really seeing where do the people actually go, and what are their routes of travel. So one of the good news we have is yesterday we opened up an on-demand service in the outer ring of Berlin. You know, in Berlin we have this S-Bahn ring, and within this S-Bahn ring the world is beautiful. Everyone's intermodal. You have all the different public transportation stuff. It's a 15-minute city. You know, it's paradise. Everyone comes to paradise. And then you go outside of the S-Bahn ring, and that's where the normal people live, and they don't have that much access to public transportation, because of course you have 10-minute buses, but sometimes you also have 20-minute tacting buses, and for that you might need something else. So we have an on-demand and pooling system in place now, and that will give us a lot of insight actually through data on what the people actually want and need, what travels they actually do, where are the hotspots within smaller communities, and where have we not seen the potential lines, and we will get this through data and through digitalization. So there's hope out there, and that's the way forward for us, that we really start to combine all those different aspects of what Ross also told us, that we have connected mobility, that we have different sizes of the cars and trains we actually provide. We have shared of course, we go electric, but for us, then ultimately, if we really do all this well, we will also have the possibility of doing this autonomously through shuttles, etc., and then going from the rural places, from the suburban places to the metropolis and back again with all those different modes. Thank you.
Thank you both. I can see that we're really bursting at the seams here. There's a lot of interest in this conversation. I'll just ask you each one question that I had. Ross, how do you respond to the point that Eva made, that the idea of shared mobility maybe works within the city setting, and that the 15-minute city might work for those who live within the ring here in Berlin, but perhaps doesn't for those who live without?
So I live in Paris within the Périphérique, which is the same as the ring, and obviously most cities have a ring where those who live inside can experience a 15-minute city. The problem with living inside is that the rental prices, property prices are much higher, obviously, and properties are smaller. So generally, the 15-minute city works well enough for those that can afford to live within that, 15 minutes ring. The big challenge is obviously moving people from far out in, because that's where the opportunities are in the city. Nobody finds an interesting, or not, it's more easy to find an interesting job in the city centre, because obviously the more interesting businesses are there. So, you start getting a kind of mobility apartheid happening in many cities, where those that live close to the opportunities have better opportunities. What was really interesting for me was that when you look at Lagos, the new cities that have to be built in the world are in Africa, because Africa is growing and it's urbanizing. And if those cities are built with a car understanding and not a mass transit understanding, young people will not physically be able to get to business opportunities and be able to get to work. And that's a huge problem. Obviously, Europe is a fairly stable population. It's obviously a massively sophisticated infrastructure. The problems you have are insignificant compared to a city like Lagos, which has 12 to 15 times the population of Berlin. So these problems are huge, and I agree with Eva, absolutely. You have to find solutions of bringing people quickly from the less opportune places to the city centre where the action is.
Okay, and if just a question for you, it's not often that you get the opportunity, rather, to have an experiment like the one you did with the €9 ticket. What would you say is the biggest learning from it, and where do things go from here?
For us, it really was an extreme experiment. We were quite lucky. We have a very, very good network, and we have people who actually used it more for leisure travel, for surplus travel, for going places, and also we saw families going together to to the zoo, for example, which they might not have done before because actually getting there and buying the tickets would have been very expensive. But one of the two has fallen away, so they got to see different things. We saw families, visiting castles, which they usually might also not do. So that was really, it was a social experiment, and that worked great. And it was summer, so it worked even better. But from the point of view, do we really get commuters to then go into the public transportation system? We didn't see that much, and that would have been the part which we would have loved to see. So, and that's really because there where the traffic starts doesn't have enough public transportation offers, so they really didn't react in the way we would have wanted. So those are the two big learnings. And the third maybe is make it simple.
Transparent ticket pricing.
Yeah, easy, simple, for everyone.
So we only have literally 2 minutes. So I'd like to see if we could just get a microphone for maybe 2 questions, because I know these are certainly topics that are important to everyone. Behind me. Okay, there's a question right here. If Kimberly, my colleague, wouldn't mind getting a mic there.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for this discussion. I work for the car industry, so I work for Volkswagen Group, and I would have loved to invite myself to the panel, because then I could have told you what we are already working on. So yeah, you're right, autonomous driving is the future, and the electric mobility transformation is just like a interim solution. We have to get to less publicly or less privately owned cars, but more like shared cars, of course. Yeah, that's going to be the big solution. But nevertheless, and I think this is a very relevant topic that you raised, Eva, I think when we talk about urban mobility, everything is so easy and so simple, and we all have, I have, I think, 10 different apps on my phone to get somewhere. And I think the crucial point there is that, and the majority of the people, or at least half of the people, are living in areas which are not accessible so easily, and these are also those people who are driving still the ICs, and this is going to stay for a while like this, because we do not have the infrastructure. Also, this is very complicated. It's a complex undertaking to change that. But my question is towards you, Ross. What is your ideal solution for the, let's say, next 20 years? Because we have a problem. The cities are full. Yes, I agree. We have an emission problem that we are going to solve temporarily with electric cars. And the break even, by the way, is after 7 years. If you have a energy mix that we have in Europe, or especially in Germany. So after 7 years, the cars are emission-free. And that's my question. What is the solution? Because it's so easy to say, the private car is the bad thing, and and public transport is the only solution.
Yeah, so I'm not anti-motor cars. My point is that car ownership doesn't make sense for a lot of occasions, and particularly when you get motor cars that weigh 2 tons to move an 80-kilogram person. So what we're seeing, unfortunately, with electric cars, for example, is that people want autonomy of 400 kilometers. So they're buying very big vehicles, and most of the time they're using them for very short distances. So, what I'm seeing is that when you start reducing car ownership, other opportunities come up, because it's like any ecosystem. You take out one species, other species will fill that space. So it's a combination of, first of all, what we call right-size vehicles. There's no point driving a Tesla around a city that has a 30-kilometer speed limit. A Tesla can do 180 kilometers. It's designed to crash at 180 kilometers an hour. It's an overly engineered vehicle. There's no point driving an SUV around cities every day. So how do you, first of all, make right-size vehicles? What we're seeing in logistics is that the cargo bike industry has taken off, because cargo bikes, for the smallest amount of vehicle, the lightest vehicle can carry the most mass. So the cargo bikes are now delivering more in cities than before, and vans are now becoming more expensive. So the first is understanding is that a motor car does not have to be a 2-ton, 4-door, 4-tired vehicle that's capable of going, the Paris-Dakar. Light electric vehicles can be completely different shapes and sizes for different functions. The second thing is that once you reduce car ownership, you have 500 euros a month to spend. And that money gets spent on other industries. Volkswagen bought Europcar for good reason. They're starting to understand how do we move into sharing, how do we be more flexible. But my advice would be that Europe is a leader in mobility, and Europe should not see itself as only a leader in the automotive industry. It is a leader in the mobility industry. And cities everywhere in the world are trying to figure out how to move people around, because when you move people, your city economy grows. And Europe should start seeing itself as just an automotive leader. It should see itself as a mobility leader and export the technologies and the learnings of BVG to other cities that need that. That's my point here.
I've been given the sign that we do have to stop at this point, which is unfortunate. It's been a great discussion. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Ross. Okay, we're going to conduct a little experiment. We're all going to get up, grab our stuff, and go over to the main stage where we're going to start in about 10 minutes. Yes, about 10 minutes. We'll see you there. Welcome. I hope you can hear me okay. Yes, great. Thank you for making it from the fishbowl to here safely and in one piece. We're going to start our next discussion, and just to set this up, we're going to have the ability now to talk about architecture, space, cities, and what this space, the ICC, means as well. So I'll introduce to you my guests. To my immediate left is Stefan Schwarz. He's the Senator for Economics, Energy, and Public Enterprises. Next to Stefan is, you might remember from yesterday, Francesca Bria is here, an innovation economist and president of the Italian Innovation Fund. And next to Francesca, we have Nicolas Mack, who is a professor for architecture at the Städelschule in Frankfurt. So a warm welcome to all three of you. So you're going to begin with a brief statement, I believe, talking about our topic. So, Stefan, I would like to ask you to begin.
First of all, I'm very, very happy to be here. And I'm very grateful to Burkhard Kieker, who organized this conference exactly at that place. And also thank you very much to Thomas Oberender, who gave us the proof that this building really works very well for not only events, but for people coming together, thinking about future, thinking about being creative, being innovative, having always arts and culture in mind. And I think this is a perfect place. And for me as a senator, who is also responsible for the future of this building, like congresses like the Q showed to me that it is not acceptable to have this building in an offline status for a long time. So we want to revitalize it in the very near future.
Thank you very much. So this was a short but very effective statement. That's definitely what we want to hear. Yeah, maybe my first statement will be, I think what we are seeing during this conference, and I speak from my background, let's say I'm now leading the Italian National Innovation Fund, but I've been the Chief Technology and Digital Innovation Officer for the city of Barcelona for 5 years, and advising the United Nations and other cities, different cities, on these big transitions that we're facing, the digital transition and the ecological and green transition, and how we're bringing those together, because we need to put technology, digitalization at the service of people, the environment, and democracy, which is going to be, I think, the European way to be innovative and to look at the future. And in my experience working with cities, and that's why I think this conference is making a difference, is that because of the proximity of cities with citizens, they are, in a post-pandemic time, the right actors to recreate this relationship between people, communities, public spaces, and politics and democracy. So really revitalize democracy by trying to see how do we shape society and culture in these moments of shocks, because, I mean, let's don't hide it, you know, it's kind of very hard today to project a positive, you know, green, democratic and digital future when we are living in a moment where if we go outside and speak with the general population, they will tell you that they are afraid because they cannot pay their energy bills, because of inflation, because of the lack of jobs. So it's a moment where we have strong uncertainty, also at the geopolitical level, where Europe, and in particular, I mean, here, Germany has a very big task in setting the future. And where cities are, I think, this middle ground that help to find this new trust. Yes, new trust that help people, you know, feel a bit more safe in projecting and shaping the future. And in spaces like this, I'm now also advising President von der Leyen in this working group on the new European Bauhaus. And this space, to me, resembles what the Bauhaus can be in the digital and green age. I mean, this kind of new type of public spaces, a new type of institutions that help citizens, but also policymakers and everyone, and I think it's a big cultural task, it's an educational task, to understand what it means to be fully, you know, a citizen with full rights and capacity to shape our digital future. So understanding artificial intelligence, understanding the power of data, something in between really a library, a new form of museum for the future, and the data center. And I think he can elaborate about the data center. And by the way, and I close my first statement, I have to say that this conversation was meant to happen also with architect Rem Koolhaas, and that we're having a long conversation and some intense you know, working, collaborative work with him as well to redefine this kind of new public spaces that put also the question of data and technology for the common good at the very center. So that's a little bit, I think, the framing for what high expectation there could be, taking, you know, how this building is so important and exciting. Even to be here, it feels special.
Yes, I'm also very grateful to be here on this panel today because I think it is a great and important moment to rethink the future of structures like this building. We are in a situation in Berlin coming out of a crisis, the COVID crisis, but also a housing crisis. As everybody knows, we have a terrible housing shortage. At the same time, we have a situation where the idea of public space has to be redefined. And many spaces that we took for granted are under siege. So shopping malls are dying. Even office towers cannot be rent out anymore because digitalization has an enormous impact on these structures. And at the same time, we are not sure what a public space could be in the future. And I think Berlin has two fantastic structures who are standing empty and who could be the focal point of a new definition of social space and of togetherness and of redefining a city as a social construct differently than it has been done before. And I think it's Tempelhof who is standing empty, and it's this building standing empty. And I think both offer a great chance to really fundamentally redefine what a society could be in the future. And I think everybody knows and would agree upon the fact that mistakes have been made. We saw in Tempelhof that the space had been privatized, also with the help of the city, to accommodate a private collection from Bonn running a privately organized program in a situation where artists in Berlin, and we have to say that the city of Berlin always makes advertisements and touristic campaigns by referring to the artistic scene of Berlin. And of course, there are many artists, but these artists are living and producing under very precarious conditions. And I think it is time to see if we want to continue to have Berlin as a city who fosters art and who also keeps this creative potential of the artists in the city. We all have to offer them spaces to produce and spaces to display their work. And I think that was why it was so scandalous that the city handed over Tempelhof to a private person who showed his private taste instead of taking this as a starting point to discuss how the city could basically re-engage with its artistic scene, who is of course under siege because the prices of ateliers, the prices of rents are rocketing to a point that many artists can't afford the city anymore. So I think it's important also to keep that in mind, that if we talk about Tempelhof and the ICC especially, and if we say it has to relate somehow to culture, we have to precisely define what kind of culture do we want and how do we want to help these many artists and writers and other producers of culture to not only show things from time to time, but really find spaces where they can work and produce in a different way and also connect to other functions of the city of the future. And that's why, Francesca, you mentioned that we are talking since a long time about possibilities to create new forms, new typologies of space where you combine a library, a form of classic artistic production, display of art, together with new forms of digital spaces. And we all know that, and that's where the idea of the data center comes in, that data is basically the raw material for governments in the future. And data centers are built outside the city, and the state has basically no interest in taking care of the question of who is collecting data, what is done with data. And I think it would be a great point to discuss if we should rethink typologies like the library, typologies like a museum, and typologies like a data center that every city needs, and that cities are hiding and cities are taking down old quarters to replace them with data centers, but the data center as typology and as a potential basis of a new form of fundament for cultural production and for new forms of societal engagement are not yet discussed. So I think in a building that has an almost magic atmosphere of optimism and futurism, it would be great to take this architecture and the atmosphere of a building like that, which is unique in Europe, I think, and to think about how could we translate this building that was dedicated at the height of capitalist expectations on Berlin as a Congress center, and to redefine this idea of a futurist agora, referring to these new demands and typologies that could emerge from that crisis of the city that has been caused partly also by digitalization and by gentrification. So I think that could be a great way to move forward with that building.
Thanks, Niklas. I might hand that right back over to you, Stefan, because you got some applause when you said this place should not stay in offline status. Berlin is not historically known as a particularly wealthy city, and we heard that Niklas said it really was a shame that Tempelhof was handed off into private hands. I mean, where do you see the room to maneuver for the city of Berlin to keep this space going economically and also in terms of sustainability?
That's the key question if we think about the future, because if you remember, the ICC was shut down in 2014 because of economical reasons, because it was simply too expensive, and maybe it was also the reason was also a lack of fantasy what you can do with such a building. As Niklas just said, Berlin is not one of the most wealthy cities in the world. It's quite a poor city. But nevertheless, I think there are opportunities to have an open building. I really like the word togetherness. It's a place of togetherness. And it's a place where people meet and exchange ideas about future and also presence, and have a creative atmosphere. And I think what we should try to do, and that's where I see a solution for the building, it must be an open building for in the first place. I think it only works if it's an open, if there's open access, public access to the building. We have had some really absurd ideas in the last 30 years about the future of the ICC. One of them was having like a shopping mall or like a strip in Las Vegas where people can gamble and crazy things, or like a big hotel. Also a data center. I would like to come back on that one, because quite interesting what you just said. But so what is the plan of Berlin? I'm quite new in this job, and I'm really very ambitious of solving this this drama with this building, which we see now. So the idea is to fix some criteria, not too many, for like a public tender, for an invitation of tenders, because I think should not be politicians or the government who really decide exactly upon a concept. I think there's so much creativity around the world, so much experts who have good ideas about it. So what I like to do is set up some criteria and then see what concepts and ideas will be delivered. And one of the criteria is openness. Another criteria is, of course, having a place for art and culture. There should also be the possibility of organizing congresses like that, people coming together. And we will also need a commercial use of this building, because this is a quite expensive building, and I think it's not feasible. It's simply not feasible for the government to pay all of it. I've talked to a couple of people, and not only to Thomas Oberender, who really had a fantastic exhibition last year here, but also to other people who gave me some ideas how things could work. I think there should not be the big bang a reconstruction of the building. I think a good idea would be like public taking possession of the building step by step. And I think you can make small exhibitions. You can have spaces for artists or do like performance, dance. You can have laboratories for I don't know, whatever art is possible. You can also have science here. I think the connection with I don't know how you call it in English, neurology, neurology, or whatever you call it, brain. I think I'm very open to these kinds of concepts, but in the end, it must be also there must be an economic dimension. People using this building must have at least the possibility to refinance the costs they have. I think this will never be a building where you earn lots of money. I think, in my opinion, it's not possible, and probably it should not be the wish of Berlin to have that. But coming back to the idea of a data center, if you talk, I would like to have some more information about this, because this is also something which is discussed. Shall we have a big data center here? Up until now, I was always against it, because normally all the data centers which I know are closed shops. The only people working in the data center is security personnel, lots of security personnel. I think this should not be the idea of this building. But if you have different ideas, I'm very open for that.
Basically just mentioned, yeah. I just mentioned the idea of a public data center because it's true what you say, data centers are mostly hidden completely from the public who produces that data. And if we talk about the question of what is the economic foundation of a society, it's more and more data. And so basically data is the biggest treasure, and Francesca has worked extensively on that phenomenon, that a society who has no access to data and can't work with the data that a society produces will, on the long run, lose the very possibility of governance. We see it in many fields that many cities are basically deprived of political action because they're so dependent on what private companies are producing in terms of digital products based on the excavation of public data. So I think it's important to, whenever you talk about the future of a society, of togetherness, of the social fabric of a city, you have to take into account that the question whether we will be free to take political decisions is based on the question who has access to data. And that's why Francesca and also I and also Rem Koolhaas, whom we discussed that a lot with, say data has to become a public good and cannot be maneuvered in a Wild West manner. So when somebody proposes this as a data center, of course, the idea should not be to close it down and to just turn that into an aesthetic haven where you look from outside, but where you would have access to knowledge production and also create a space where you understand as a citizen, as a politician, as a scholar coming here what digital sovereignty would mean for a society and what it also would mean for a society if we give up on the idea of owning our data and working with our data ourselves. And I think that's also maybe a point what Francesca did. I think Francesca's work in Barcelona was groundbreaking because she was among the first people to really define a society in the digital age as a society that can use their own data and can use digitalization to produce a different form of city. Maybe you might say a word about that, because I think it's important to understand what this building could become if you look at your work in Barcelona.
No, I think the point about the data center is more a question of recognizing data and also artificial intelligence as critical infrastructures of our time. And many cities around the world, and he mentions Barcelona because we set out, let's say, a strategy to create maybe one of the first data trust model, a democratic governance model for data for cities, where data can be governed in a democratic way but also preserving the trust of the citizen, because that's a very important part, that citizens are not trusting very much either the big tech companies with the data or the government owning the data. And we need to show that citizens can be in control of what happens to their data, so how they keep it private, how they share the data, for what they share the data, and with whom. And this is becoming a defining new social contract in the digital age. And by the way, this is also now the foundation of the European Digital Strategy with the EU Data Governance Act and all the, our digital constitutional framework, where we talk about digital sovereignty in a sense that data can really become a public infrastructure on top of which startups, but also creatives and journalists and citizens themselves and new form of businesses and services can be created, but preserving our information self-determination and our fundamental rights. So the idea there is to show that the data center can also be accessible, because that's the idea of access to the data center as a facility of an infrastructure, but basically to learn what is the potential for data in a society, how you can leverage data for the benefit of the city and the people. And this is very concrete use cases, like how you can use, for example, the environmental data, mobility data, to reshape mobility and make it more sustainable. And you can visualize it. I mean, if we would have to speak in the other room, which is a control room, right? Many cities around the world have these control rooms, but they are closed spaces. They are hidden. Maybe there is some kind of security. Maybe the police will have the most sophisticated one. But how about creating it as a public infrastructure, as a place to access knowledge and to recognize the power of shared data, of a data trust, and the potential to use this data to transform our cities. And so you can visualize it, and you can also trust it, because at the end, the governance, the rules to access this data will be determined in a shared agreement, and companies will be part of it, by the way, because like rightly so, it was like, what's the economic model? Where companies at the moment are very willing actually to share this data back. I'm running a large-scale experiment with the city of Hamburg on micromobility data, where we're focusing on private to public, private to government data sharing for the public interest. Because, also this data is very important for regulation, so data-driven regulation, but also for decision-making. And companies understand that they need to give it back to who is producing the data, and that there is a win-win, sharing this data to take public decisions. And I think also the creativity that can be unleashed with this data is absolutely critical. So the idea of the data center would be more, how to redefine this architecture, which is actually also Rem Koolhaas always says it, maybe the fundamental architecture of our time. The biggest buildings in the world today are data centers, but bring it back to the public and to the democratic decision-making, engaging citizens. And I just want to comment on these two other points that was mentioned. One thing is the engagement of citizens. How do we make those spaces open, but also how citizens can actively participate? So, for example, engaging in decision-making with data, engaging in democratic participation, understanding what the city of Berlin is doing. So a kind of, open governance model. And also new forms of digital learning, like a makerspace. I mean, my idea of the library is similar to what you have in Helsinki, this new form of public library where they have books, but books is only a small part. They have new digital archives, a production center for radio, music, films, and a film archive. And then they have a makerspace where citizens can learn how to, 3D print and the digital skills. And this is like growing. It's bigger because we need to acquire those digital skills and we need to spread them through society. And finally, the collaboration between science, technology, and the arts. Let me say, I think this is absolutely critical. And this is not only, well, yeah, let's put a little bit of art together with tech so it is more fashionable, or let's, put technology into the arts so we have more channels to sell the arts. I mean, this is not the only way. Actually, I think that creativity and culture, because of the kind of groundbreaking input that they have on redefining society, redefining what we need, are really needed for the direction that technology will take in the future. We need to shape this direction. I mean, there is not only one direction, linear direction, where technology is going. Digitization, we don't only have to speed it up, we have to say it's going to be about sustainability, environmental and social sustainability. And the arts and culture are critical to redefine this direction and to discover a new direction, also for the technological, for digitization in society. So this combination, it's one element that I think works pretty important. Yeah.
That's a great point. The needs of a city, of course, change as a city grows, as it perhaps shrinks. We see cities shrink due to deindustrialization, for example. We've seen that here in Europe, in the US, many parts of the world. Stefan, how does that inform how you look at what to do with a space like this and other public spaces when you're aware of the fact that what Berlin might need and want and what people who live in Berlin might need and want now might change down the road, 20 years, 30 years down the road?
I think talking about a combination of different spheres we have in Berlin. First of all, we have as Niklas Mark said, we have a vibrant, independent artist scene in Berlin, which is very strong and I think which attracts lots of talents coming to Berlin. It's because of the independent artist scene. And on the other hand, we also have a very breathtaking, vibrant scientist ecosystem in Berlin. Not only 250,000 students, but lots of excellent universities and non-academic research institutes. And we have also this startup ecosystem, which is one of the strongest in Europe, probably in the world, if you look at the figures. On the other hand, we have these enormous challenges concerning needs of transformation, digitization, but also energy and climate-related transformation. And I think one of the hurdles in this barriers we have now is that there is not a good functioning interconnection between these different ecosystems. But I think we need that to have a disruption also in the political approach to these challenges. Yeah, we have lots of young people in Berlin who have crazy ideas and who are really facing with an enormous open-minded mindset what should be changed, but we don't really have. And I really believe in places and locations. I think not everything is abstract and can only be done by a good interconnection via a digital infrastructure. I think we still need places where people talk and meet and things just happen and in places. So I think the idea of a combination would be a great idea for this place, yeah? Where all these different ecosystems come together. Science is very, very important in Berlin. And I also talk as the senator for economics. I think the only basis for economics or for economic wealth or growth in the city, which we need also to build apartments and to solve also social problems we have. We need economy in Berlin, and the basis for economy is basically two things: It's arts and culture, and it's science. And if they meet here, that would maybe open completely new perspectives.
Francesca and Nicholas, how do you, I would ask both of you, how do you see how data can inform how we adapt spaces, actual physical spaces, as Stefan said, as cities grow, expand, or shrink, or have different needs?
Yeah, I mean, there are many examples of how spaces have been reused, starting from the reuse of a church building in Barcelona as a server, they're talking about servers, but also many other ways to bring in new content into old buildings. And I think that would be a great chance here to take this occasion to say Berlin has a lot of potential, but this potential doesn't have a space. And we have built a very questionable big new museum in Berlin for the art of the 20th century, and I think it's time to think about a space for the 21st century, and this could just happen here as part of the 21st century is also acknowledging that we shouldn't build structures like this from scratch while others are standing empty. So Berlin also presents us with the problems and potential solutions to say, after building a Schloss in the middle of the city and building a giant museum for big private collections in another part of the city, to say, okay, what can we do for the citizens of the city to redefine also the relation of the people and power, the relation of, as you say, science, tech, and art in a different way. Because I see in many other cities, and I think Berlin, fortunately, hasn't made this mistake, that there is an idealization of the idea of the start of tech. So cities are building huge hubs for the tech scene, and then art is kind of an ornamental decoration that the tech guys are not too bored. If they go home, they can look at some art, and I think that's not what we want. We want a different relation of artists, researchers, and producers of what we call the startup scene. So I think it would be great to avoid this like idealization of startup scenes and say, okay, if we have even a startup, we're in the green zone, we are not. And this could be a great space to relate art, science, and economy in a more sustainable, more humane, and more exciting way than it happens in other cities.
Yeah, exactly. I think a couple of things, closing, I think. The first one is, if you look at innovation and where it happens, today innovation happens in cities. I mean, this we know. It doesn't happen anymore somewhere outside where you have the science hub, which is remote, and where you do technology transfer remotely because it has to be outside of the city. No, today talented people want to go to the cities, and technology transfer happen in the city. So it happened in a different way. And I think this connection between the scientific centers, like the type of Fraunhofer that you have in Germany, which is absolutely excellent science in the world, like leading, and then the transfer of this science and the technological capacity into society, and into society also in the interaction with culture, with arts, kind of changing the possibilities. This is what we need. And I think this will attract talented people. If you ask talented people where they want to go today, what they want to work on, you know, the challenges they want to solve. Yes, today they're mainly working for big tech companies that work in advertising. So, sorry to say, we are wasting some of the best brains and minds of our times to track eyeballs and do advertising. Why those people? Of course they want to solve, you know, they want to work on climate change, on mobility, on housing, on new forms of living, new forms of public spaces, because those are the greatest challenges of our time. And bringing those things together and having the city and the data of the city, the knowledge, the decision-making power to do things that will have an impact on people's daily life. Maybe using a space like this as a kind of icon for the new Bauhaus of the digital age, I think that that's what we need, and it hasn't happened yet. But there is the need for this space, I think, to exist.
Thank you, Francesca. We've unfortunately come to an end already. Thank you for the thoughtful and reflective discussion about the space and the needs of a city. So Stefan, Francesca, and Niklas, thank you so much for sharing your insights. Go ahead. We're going to keep the conversation going and move right on, and I'm going to invite my next two guests to join me here on stage for a presentation and also a discussion on essentially the same topic, which is how we use a space like this and how we use our urban spaces and how we can be creative. So I'm happy to invite, hold your applause until I introduce both of them, Christoph Rauhut, he's the head of Berlin's Heritage Protection Agency, and Carson Chan, he's the director of the Emilio Ambas Institute at MoMA and a curator in the Department of Architecture and Design. Welcome, both of you. And before we start our discussion, you have brought statements that you're going to tell us about as well. So would you like to begin, Christoph?
Yes, I have a small presentation for you, and I can hope that we will see that, and you just have to let me know how I can switch forward.
Sure. I think that the slides will be operated. Maybe you just give them a hint when you start.
Good. So welcome to you all. Thank you for the invitation to this conference. As many of you know, this building was closed for many years, and it is really good to be back here for the conference. And many people and organizations, thank you,
we do have
fought for the future of this building in the recent years. And I would like to start pointing out that this reopening of the building is really also a success of civil society engagement, and as this is really good to be here. And I would also like to start by remembering Ursulina Schüler-Witte, who was with her husband the architect of this building. She died earlier this year, aged 89, and she always was one of the persons to fight for the reopening of this building. And I think she would be very happy to see that we're using it for a conference in this year again. I'm sure you all have walked around this building, but I would like to try to give you some more insights and facts on this building. It was built between 1973 and 1979 by Ursulina Schüler-Witte and Ralf Schüler, Berlin-based architects. Most of their oeuvre is in Berlin, and they won the competition at the time. It is 300 meters long, 40 meters high, 80 meters width. And when it opened, it was really the largest, the most modern, and really successful conference center worldwide. And it is in a number of levels significant. It was built, and I think that's very important to remember, as a sign of international exchange and for free speech and democracy in West Berlin, in the front city of the Cold War. And it was built in the rare and exceptional example of high-tech architecture, which is really a really rare example, not only in Berlin, but worldwide. And for those and many reasons, and many other reasons, it was also listed as a monument in 2019, and I'm very proud to say that this was really a joint understanding of the Senate of Berlin, and I think that's the way we have to move forward. Let me use the time to point out 4 characteristics of this building to you. The first one is it's always easy to reach. And you have to remember that 5 years before this building opened, the airport of Tegel, which was the best way to get into the city of Berlin at the time, opened, and it's just a 10-minute drive away. And at that time, you would drive by the motorway, which is right next to the building, and there's actually an auto foyer, which you would use to enter this building. That's where you would get off, get up through those stairs, and then you entered the building. But it's also important for you to know that it has a very good connection in the way that there is a U-Bahn station very close, the S-Bahn, and this is the area where all those people arrive before they then get into the building. So it's always easy to reach this building wherever you are in the city. The second important characteristic is that you have everything from small to really large in this building. I'm just showing you this one of the smallest conference rooms, and then we can go through to larger and larger, and you all have been to this very fantastic science fictional space. And we could go up. Above us is Hall 1, which can host up to 5,000 people. And there are also a number of rooms which actually allow change. There's, for example, Hall 2, where you can lift up all the seats to the ceiling, and then you have a free open space which could be used for different activities. I'm sure you all have experienced the very unique architecture of this building. That's why I'm only showing you 2 pictures of this space, for example, when it's empty. So you see it's designed from really the smallest bit to the largest bit. Everything is designed, and you have to go to all the spaces to see this very high quality. But you also should not forget about downstairs, because I brought you some pictures when we visited these buildings 2 years ago from the downstairs. There's obviously a lot of space which is used for technique, for service, etc., even up to very large spaces which are used in the case of fire to get out the smoke of the building. And they all belong to this building as well. It's a little bit like a cruise ship where you don't see everything. That's the same with the ECC. I think that's why I made this green. So it's very important to place this building in the conference topic, which we said it's the topic of Zeitenwende. And in the building sector, we are also at the moment we're discussing the Bauwende, which is obviously the same, but for the building stock. And I brought you a lot of topics we probably will discuss later on. But I think the most important is that we always focus on social, economic, environmental, and cultural sustainability when we talk about how to reuse this building. It's all dimensions. We cannot limit it to one. So coming back to the ICC, I have 3 final points. The first one, it's a built brand. I think companies spend a lot of money to have brands. Here is a brand, and we can use it. The second one is its architecture is really a gem. It's so fantastic that you cannot work against it. It's for someone who's a building conservator really also a good starting point. And the third one is the Flivertude needs to be in motion. And I think I have to explain that a bit. One art historian said the ICC is the Flivertude of the history of architecture, which and the Flivertude is a vehicle in a children's story which can fly, it can dive, it can drive, it can everything, but it is always in motion. And I think that's also what the ICC has to be. It always has to be in use. It's like a 24/7 building, and that's when it is successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christoph. That's a really interesting look at this space and some of the rooms perhaps that you haven't looked at yet as well. So thanks for that. And Carson, I'd like to hand the floor to you now.
Great. Well, thank you to the mayor and to the organizers of this conference for inviting me, especially Lutsenka. It's been great to hear the presentations and to learn more about the ICC. I'll keep my remarks short, and excuse me for using my phone as my notes are on here, so it looks like I'm checking email or something, but I'm with you. As Sumi mentioned, I'm the director of the Emilio Ambas Institute for the Joint Study of the Built and the Natural Environment at the Museum of Modern Art in New York, where I'm also curator in the Architecture and Design department. And so for a conference on the city, many of you might be wondering, what is a museum curator doing here? And I think maybe one way to enter the conversation or to talk about this is to think that architects, city planners, and urbanists produce the hardware of the city, and the cultural industries produce the software. So you really need both, I would say. How we experience the city is determined a lot by how we perceive it. The narratives we build around it is a concern for those working in the cultural industry, like myself. As we have heard many times already yesterday and today, the main concern of the built environment currently is the climate crisis. So when I received the invitation to join this conversation, I was struck by the name of the conference, the Metropolitan Conference for the Immediate Future. And I was thinking, could it be that thinking about the immediate present is exactly what got us in this climate mess in the first place? Humans like short-term, immediate solutions. We need more crops, so then we use more toxic fertilizers, and we don't think about what happens, many years down the road. What we need is not to think about how we provide heat in Europe this winter, perhaps, let's say, but how we can maintain humanity for the next 10,000 years, right? What we need is not to know where the next fossil fuel deposits are, but to understand and appreciate the fact that it takes 200 million years to produce this, and by burning it, the effects will last for another several centuries down the road. So part of what I'm pointing to here is that we need to start expanding temporally and spatially the way we think about the world we live in. We need to think about our built environment not as buildings or objects, but as a process. So in many ways, let's say MoMA as an institution has enforced the idea that architecture is an object for the past century or so. Let's say since our 1932 Modern Architecture exhibition, which really pushed the idea of a modern international style, that architecture should be primarily understood through formal aesthetic kind of design. In a way, the fact that unornamented buildings with strip windows and flat facades around the globe is a result of the success of that MoMA exhibition, its ability to communicate an aesthetic ideology, let's say. The Ambas Institute, which I direct and which was formed last year at MoMA, in a way aims to undo this legacy. Our aim is to change the way we speak about the built environment, to change the way we understand the word architecture, so not as buildings, not as objects, but as a process. So what do I mean by that? So instead of buildings, architecture is everything from the industries of material extraction. It's the labor conditions involved. It's the political, economic, racial, cultural context of buildings. It's the afterlife of buildings. What happens to all the material after we're done with the building? Do we reuse it? Do we recycle it? Do we put it in a landfill? All this is architecture, and the building is actually one small part of that process. So the redefinition of the built environment has come under stark relief, I think, during the pandemic, when we realized that the world we built around us was not responsive to the changes of the environment. And the pandemic is very much a kind of effect of the climate crisis, right? Cities need to be resilient. They need to be responsive. And so this is, I think, a challenge for all of us, including Christoph, to think about what does it mean to preserve a building in an age of change, in an age of constant change. What is being preserved? So sitting in the ICC, saved from destruction for the moment, is an incredible opportunity, I think, to rethink how we use the buildings in our city. Something we don't often talk about is that architecture in the building sector is the driver of climate change. About 40% of the world's yearly greenhouse gases come from the building sector. So continuing to endlessly build is not the answer, right? So I think as you know, other panels have talked about, we need to be more imaginative about how we design and how we want to live in the cities of the future. So as we as a community, in particular urbanists and architects, need to be more creative in how we think about architecture and how we design architecture. The built environment needs to be more responsive to the lived environment, and part of that is for the cultural sector to help transition the cultural context in which we have these conversations.
Thank you, Carson. Maybe we can start, Christoph, with a question Carson just asked you. What does it mean to preserve a building when the environment literally is constantly changing?
I wouldn't say the environment is constantly changing. I would say the building stock is actually a very, very stable environment, which is very slowly changing. And that's the challenge we are having, that the cities are built, most of the cities are there, at least in Europe. and they have to adapt to the changing environment in terms of climate, demography, etc. And we have to reuse buildings which, if we change them, it takes us a lot of energy, it's very expensive, so we have to reuse them in a clever way. And that's the challenge we are having right now. And I can see that there's also a change where we say der Bestand, so the building stock is really the resource nowadays. For many years it was always something better, something newer would be the future, but now there's a change in the perception, and I think that's a very important change, which actually makes it a bit easier to preserve cultural heritage, because you are set in an environment where the building itself already has a value, despite its cultural value, but it has an economic and climate value. That's the term graue Energie we, for example, use, which is, I think, very important for an immediate perception change in the building sector.
What do you think of that, Carsten? I mean, how do you see the aspect of taking and preserving buildings, but also looking to the future and the changing environment around it?
Well, I think, just to respond to what you were saying, Christoph, I think, as you said, when the building was built in 1979, it was a symbol of Western innovation and kind of power, economic power, kind of ideological power, let's say. And maybe we should be preserving that, and the building is part of it, but, to be innovative today is to be responsive to the questions that we have now, the active questions we have now. Prime in those is the climate crisis, right? So maybe this is an opportunity to, maybe by preserving that, preserving the innovative aspect of it, the kind of power that it represented, what it symbolized, is maybe the project. So in that sense, preserving that could mean transforming this into a large urban farm, to provide, vegetables for the city all year round or something, or transforming it into something completely different.
I think certain topics have been relevant for many years, and that's why I, for example, mentioned democracy in regards to this building, because it was built in West Berlin as a sign for democracy in a way in the Cold War. And I think democracy is still a very important topic nowadays. It was discussed yesterday by the both mayors. And you're right, we have to I think we have to look for those, I could even say stories, which we could link to a building to make it to a narrative which is attractive. And that's the way how to reuse a building. It's not just the use, but it's the narrative by which you reuse it, because by having a strong narrative, I think you also engage with the visitors, with the people who work there, and make it really to just not just a structure, but architecture. And I think that's a very important difference for me.
I'm curious to ask a little bit also, Christoph, about your role, because you, as I mentioned, are the head of Berlin's Heritage Protection Agency, and that includes and involves many buildings in Berlin. Do you see your role as a study of the past or of the future? Are they in conflict with each other?
I entitled my small presentation, and maybe you did see that, from yesterday for tomorrow. So I see my role as an agent between the two worlds. Obviously, I have to represent what was built yesterday, but I believe it has an importance for today, but also for the future. And I think that for the future is even more important, because such a building is something we have to give to the next generation. Buildings are not built for one generation. A building should be built for at least 3, in the best 10 generations, to make it really useful in the best way. And I think that's maybe the grand story I could put on my job resume. And we also see how important, it was mentioned in the topic earlier, how important the history is for the creative sector. I mean, many buildings, when they are no longer in use, get reused by artists and the creative sector. So they are the fabric for this creative sector in a way, and this is part of the success story of Berlin from the 90s to now, that there was a lot of space which was also attractive, had some cultural value to it, and people could connect to it. They would get their inspiration of those buildings, and I think telling this story again and again is very important, because we tend to forget it.
Carsten, we heard Christoph say that we're moving away from the type of thinking that newer is always better, that we can look at older buildings and think about how to repurpose them. How is that informing the way that architecture is now being approached as buildings are now being constructed?
I think it's an absolutely important point, that for the longest time, the only way that we've been making architecture is through construction. And we have to be more creative in how we train architects, how we think about architecture. Scholar Keller Easterling has talked about subtraction as a way of making architecture. If you take, let's say, a New York City block and you subtract the buildings, you've constructed a park, right? But so what are other ways of making architecture can we think of? So there's reuse, there's adapting buildings to new uses, and so I think the challenges of the climate crisis and the world right now compels us to find new ways of making architecture, to be more creative, and just constructing from anew all the time is not the answer.
I'd be curious to get your perspective on what you think of how a space like this can be reimagined. It is so massive, but as Christoph made the good point to show on his slides as well, it is easily reached. It is in the center of the city in some ways. It depends on where in the city you live. But it certainly is a big Congress center that provides a platform and an opportunity for so many of these types of gatherings. So where would you put this building in its future?
I mean, I would say that we heard many different ideas already. The idea of a data center could be interesting. The heat coming from the servers can, provide heating in the winter for neighboring communities, maybe. But I think, instead of thinking of different ideas, which we can do all day long, maybe we try to think of a method for coming up with how to do this. And I would say, one thing to think about is to think about the city ecologically, so not just what we need tomorrow or what we need next year, but how we want the city to evolve, in the next 50, 100 years. In the same way that, seeing the need for offices created a lot of office stock, and then all of a sudden with the pandemic, we realize that we don't need them anymore and people can work from home. This is the kind of short-term urban thinking that I think we don't need. So it's a process, right? We don't have an answer, but maybe what we do is find community groups to come together and discuss what's in need right now. Have those communities come together. Childcare is something that we can have groups come and talk about. Places for housing, places for education. So it's about starting those conversations rather than coming up with 50 ideas and picking one, I would say.
You mentioned the ecology as a perspective of a method, how to approach repurposing buildings and spaces. Christoph, I want to ask you, because if you were at Q Berlin last year, one of our speakers talked about how it is not the ecologic choice to tear down buildings, but rather to repurpose them. Are there spaces where that isn't the case, where you have to literally start with a clean slate?
Not in a built city as Berlin. I would say you're always in a setting. I mean, even if you have a if you think you have a clean space, there are buildings around it, there might be something underneath it. So nowadays planning is more about taking all those complex tasks into account and how to then get the most out of it. And I think that's what really is also the struggle, and that's why planning takes so long, that we have so many hopes in a way for what has to be achieved. And I would like to strongly underline what you said. It's not just about the idea. I mean, there are many ideas, and we will hear some for this building later on, what we could use with this, what we could do with this building. But the process is equally important, and it's actually probably even more complex and complicated to drive such a process. That's why I'm very happy that the Senator Schwarz is willing to do that, because it's quite a task. And one thing is important yet in this process, is you have to do it with the civil society, and that's what happened here. That's why we're here, because civil society was asking constantly for this building and not letting go on the political level, and I think that's very important. And I would also like to say it's a bit the same for Tempelhof. We need the civil society to constantly ask that the political level repurposes those spaces, because it's such a complicated process, and we are in this process. It's not, Tempelhof is not empty, it's actually in use, but it could be even more in use, and we have to make the story. But the important, while we are in this process, is that we always believe in the story and in the success. And that's something which is sometimes a bit difficult in Berlin. There are many people who say it cannot happen, but as Franziska Giffey yesterday said, we have to make it happen, and that's why we have to be positive in the process.
I think that's a positive message, certainly. Christoph, if I could follow up on your point to ask you, I think many people like me might be curious here to understand the process behind the work that you do. So could you tell us how buildings are designated as getting a special heritage protection status here, and which buildings are not given that status? What is that process like?
It's science in a way. We have set academic values, and to those we research, and we have to describe them. And a building could be of historical value, of artistic value, and you can describe those values very well. Actually, if you start to do that, there's a profession basically, and you always have to add what we call the Erhaltungsinteresse der Allgemeinheit. I have to translate that. It's the public interest in keeping that building, and I think the ICC is a very good example. That's a building where you would have international organizations writing to the city of Berlin that this building has a value and it has to be listed. And that's, for example, one way of how to find this this public interest. And what happens is that once we work on this, it's actually written down, and at the very end of the process, I have to sign something, and then the owner gets a letter, as simple as this. And but we obviously try to work in a systematic way, meaning, for example, that we have been looking at academic buildings of the 70s and 80s in the recent 2 years. As the Mäusebunker is very known in Berlin, but there are others. And that's because we then look at the entire building stock, and we kind of, it's like sieben, I don't know the English word. It's like a process where you find the very best of the best, basically. And so you start with all the buildings being built in a certain time span, and in the end you find the 2 or 3 best of them.
It's an interesting picture to think of the city of Berlin falling through a sieve. But
maybe just before we end or to close up, in 1977, so just before this building was built, Oswald Matthias Ungers, German architect, thought of a different way of preserving West Berlin, and he called it the Green Archipelago. And the idea is you use the buildings and the spaces that are there, and the spaces that are unused, you let it rewild, and you let the trees and the animals and nature come back and take it over. And through time, you can figure out what to preserve and what not to preserve. And the places that are overgrown, you let them continue to overgrow.
Is that an option for Berlin?
It was at the time, but now we actually, I think we couldn't go down the path where we do not use buildings because we have to use all of them. We are short of space at the moment. But we did see in Eastern Germany those processes of degradation, and it did also happen that in those processes, cultural buildings of cultural value were torn down. So, but as a society, we should not go down this path, but rather try to keep cities running and keep using them. As I said, building is a heavy investment economically, but also ecologically. So we have to use them as long as we can.
We've seen some of those rewilding projects in the west of Germany, in the former mining part of the country, where that infrastructure is not being used at all. But of course, in a city like Berlin, that's a very different story. Carsten, Christoph talked about immaterial value. How do you ascribe that value to buildings, and how does that change your perspective on their use?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly important, the immaterial values. I would say, there are many different ways we can do that. There's the scholarly way, which you mentioned, through historians, but then just through how people use the space and how people view the space. I don't know. I don't know if I can come up with any examples immediately, but if any place, I would say that from mid-90s to 2000s in Berlin, the artistic community has been able to find spaces that they wanted to preserve, and they did that by simply using them, legally or otherwise. And the way that communities are able to ascribe meaning onto places by frequenting them, by caring for them. In a way, I mentioned the Ungers proposal of the Green Archipelago almost as a joke, but I think the story behind that is people use the spaces that they care for. And that use is shown through the buildings themselves. Yeah.
And how important is public access to these buildings, do you think, going forward?
Important.
Very important. Yeah. Certainly, that was a big topic that we had in last year's Cube Berlin. Christoph, how much is the fact that a city like Berlin is growing rapidly, and that's most urban centers, if we're honest, and that there's a decreasing housing stock? There are questions of how to make sure that people can actually live affordably within either the center or in a reasonable distance of the city. What kind of pressure does that put on your organization and your agency to think about preserving buildings and the adaptability of a building?
The short answer is a lot. Obviously, the growth of the city is also a threat to the cultural heritage. But we also have a very, I would say, a good process structure in Berlin to try to deal with those pressure, in that we try to make longer processes of planning where we take the wide view first and look for the potentials and also the no-goes, I would say. And by doing that, you can actually transform also areas with cultural heritage and make them more denser. And the Siemens development is, for example, such a example. When it started, Siemens, the owner of the entire area, said we need more space and we need to tear down the old buildings. That was the presumption. And that's how we started. And then we said, well, let's make a planning competition and not say this and let architects and planners prove different and try different solutions. And in the end, they did come up with solutions that were accepted by Siemens as the owner and the developer, and we didn't have to tear down a single building. And that's, I think, the way we have to go forward, come from a very big perspective and then make it happen in the small.
Carson, what's your perspective on that in a city like New York, for example, this pressure in urban centers of the space getting ever tighter and the need to provide more space, also publicly accessible space to citizens, with the need to preserve spaces as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all comes down to the way that we want to govern our cities, right? So if it's and that are we governed by economics? Are we governed by capitalist are we driven by capitalism, or are we driven by more humanistic values? And that determines how we use our spaces. Hopefully, with the climate crisis, we get to reconsider all of these questions anew, and think that maybe the way that we've been doing things, compel these very questions that, again, don't have easy answers, but we're asking the right questions.
And I'll ask a last question as we're running short of time now to Christoph. I don't think I asked you yet what your preference would be for this space, for the ICC. What would, as the Berlin Heritage Protection Authority here, what would you like to see?
Well, I'm as professional that I would say I have no preference, because all the ideas are good at the first point, and we need to go into the process and see which one is the best for the building. And I do not have the answer yet, but I'm sure there is one.
Well, we might find it soon. Thank you both so much, Christoph Rauchut and Carson Chen. Thank you for your presentations and your time. Really interesting insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been talking around this topic or directly at the topic for quite some time now. What to do with the ICC, the space that's been our home yesterday and today for this conference for Q Berlin. We're going to get some ideas on that now. I'm going to ask architects to join me on stage with their ideas, and I'll ask them to join me all at once, and they'll present their ideas to us as well. They have presentations that they have brought. So I'll ask them to join me on stage now. Thomas Willemeit from Graft Architekten, Silke Neumann from ICCC, and Julian Schuber from ICCC. Please join me. Okay, so Thomas Willemeit is going to start with the presentation on the idea for the ICC, excuse me.
Okay, I think I'm going to do it from here, if that's okay.
Please, feel free.
Because then I can see better. Could you switch on the presentation? Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for the conference also here. It's great to have the opportunity to present a strategy for this house while being here, of course, which you normally do not have the opportunity. And I would like to speak a little bit about our vision that has been made about 3 years ago. We are architects. Usually we build buildings, but in this case, when there was a call for ideas by the Senate about 3 years ago, we said that in this building we should study and find out how little you have to do to keep this great building and also to bring it back into life as a place to negotiate the future as it was planned to be. And I think it's interesting also to know that I'm going to show you some things that were made already 3 years ago, but the study survived and developed, and some of you know the study, but it has never been published. But it survived because it was the only one in the call for ideas that said, you don't have to demolish it and you don't have to change many things in it. And as we're architects always trying to speculate and visualize, also for you to have a possibility to join the conversation and to speculate with us, I would like to show you some images. The first one is this one. You probably, oh, that's not so smooth, but you can imagine probably we made some images, but also movies that here don't run very well, that showed that place as a space for imaginations. So imagine an ICC come back as a place for the unexpected and for experimentations. You see it re-inhabited by many users, and we believe it needs to be very flexible for a very great variety of users that could happen here. Imagine Berlin creates a showcase for its inventive research community. Much of this was talked about already before. Imagine there's a platform for creativity, startups, the flexibility of the mind. Imagine the sleeping beauty, the ICC, is open every day, accessible and part of the economic and cultural life of Berlin. So what do you need to do that? Of course, we believe that there needs to be a new idea also for the house, for the building. As a starting point, it's very interesting. I thank the organizers also for the scenography of the day. We started around the topic of mobility, not only because it was the driver for economic development and our societies in the last centuries, but also because we believed that physical mobility has something to do with mental mobility. So we have learned also yesterday that urban development very much depends on mobility, because that's why people get to cities, to have access to mobility, and also the intertwining of cities is something that we believe our city will be built on. So the history of mobility has been very important also in Berlin, as it was the place for the first flying attempts, the first traffic light, the first electric tram, the fastest train in the world. It has the Avus as the first exclusive road for cars in the world, and you probably remember that the silver arrows that were drivers of the technological revolution at that time are still alive today on Formula One tracks. So it was the driver. The city was the driver of ideas for mobility, and still is, with industry leaders, innovators, and countless mobility startups. So if you look at, we have also learned from Christoph Rauhut how well the building is connected. It's basically sitting in a junction of modes of transportation, of freeways and also urban transport. Why not think about expanding that and make it a home for all these startups, all research, all the technology leaders who are busy in that field in the future? So what if the ICC would become a platform for the industry and the science community, as well as a place to experience innovations, so to communicate, not only work on these on this technology, but also to experience, allow people to access it, but also a house for communication, for communicating about it, debating, and of course an attractive location for congresses. So that idea led to the ICC might become in the future an MICC, MIC, Mobility Innovation Congress Center, for the world of the future of mobility. But that was only a starting point, and we as architects looked exactly at the plans, the dimensions of the buildings, also the structure, what it needs to bring life back into it, and also, for example, the building as a structure to house users that kind of refinance the big financial investment that's needed here. So we also have tried to be very realistic and build a 3D model, studied the existing volumes of the building precisely, and split, also for you to understand, to make it maybe a little bit easier what the nature of the building is, the whole thing in several layers, basically in 3 layers. You see the yellow top layer, then the foyer, the lobbies that we are using in these days, this level and the upper level, the lower level, the entrance level, and then the basement that also Christoph Rauhut pointed out and showed some images. So let's look at it like a 3-layered logic. Separately, look at these 3 layers. The top layer is the layer for the convention center of about like 26,000 square meter in just one hall. You see a little icon of a section there where it's located. This is above us. I think people allow us also to go in there. Whoever, if you have not done it, you can walk into the main hall and take a look how it looks up there. So we have studied what the problem and what maybe the challenge is here. You might have heard that before it was closed down, the main problem was that the conference center was only used and rented 2 times a year for the ECHO award ceremony, as far as I know, and then for Daimler Chrysler at that time to house all their stock owners and have a final meeting every year. So it was only used twice. Why was it only used twice? Because it has a terraced auditorium. And the seats are fixed, so you cannot use it for dinners or for dancing, parties, events. You cannot use it as a fair hall, for example. But if you work on that, and we study precisely how that can be done, you can extend the flat surface of the other convention halls into the main space and create one flexible hall of 11,000 square meters. That's exactly what you need for an internationally top-notch convention center. It's a slight change, but if you do that, you can really re-inhabit the space, as shown here as a flexibly used convention center. So that's top level. Let's go to the middle levels, the 2 lobby areas that you have been coming through, and we're sitting in at the end of this drawing, the top left end, in that top layer. If you split them in half, the dark blue ones are the halls that we have seen in the morning. Room 6 is one of the 3 conference halls. Here, this we see as a very flexible, open, publicly accessible, mobile reality for users all around the topic of mobility, from Formula 1 to Formula E, to experience the future of mobility, for startups to have co-working here, but also presentation areas, debates, and so on. So new work environments, places for flexible use of anybody who would come and be part of that digital revolution all around mobility, but also other sectors, of course, sustainability and all the challenges that we are facing, but also pop-up gastronomy, so a real public space of flexible use. So yeah, when you imagine that to inhabit the lobbies, that is maybe something that is an example of how it could look like. On the upper terraces, co-working, these are also the only areas that get light from outside. So that's where you maybe would want to sit and work. But everything's flexible, and also with the thought behind that 2 or 3 times a year, this all moves away and is open to make space for a great lobby when you have the real big conferences in the upper conference areas only a few times in the year. But in order to avoid that the space is completely empty during the other phases, you have to we have to come up with a strategy to move every equipment inside this space away to allow for these big events to happen. So coming down to the last layer, maybe the most interesting, also that Christoph Rauhut pointed out, the basement. We have taken a closer look at these large spaces of great height. And if you look at this section closely, you see that the basement is actually even wider than the ICC. It has large areas. It's about half of the gross floor area of the whole ICC. And nobody has really thought about these areas. So we looked at the logic, also the longitudinal section here. You can drive through the whole thing. It's very interesting. Some of you might have experienced that. You can drive through. You have these pickup scenarios like in the front. It's big enough for, I heard 700 cabs to wait and to bring people to the events, and also have people get to the cabs, the taxis there after an event to have very, very quick access into and out of the house. And if you look at these areas and calculate how much space it is, it's actually interesting to understand why they are there. Nobody's smoking here at the moment, right? I hope. But in the other areas, in all the conference halls, when the ICC was opened, everybody was allowed to smoke. And that, of course, that's the reason why we have these huge ventilation shafts, the huge spaces in the ground, the channels, all these tubes that you see from outside, and they are absolutely unnecessary in the future. So when you reduce the space for the technical equipment in the house, you gain a lot of space. So our question was, how can we use that space? What can happen there? Could we open it to the public? Could we have it as the largest e-charging facility in Berlin for everybody to drive through who has an e-car? Could we use that infrastructure also to charge buses, the BVG buses, or also other vehicles? Could we use it for logistics? Could we use the large spaces as a storage space and then have trucks come through the AVOS, deliver goods in here, store goods, and then from here do the last mile in an electric way with the actual little vehicles that we see on the streets here, or with future new vehicles. So this is basically what we really believed in, that at the end of the day, we need to come up with very realistic scenarios for all these different layers, especially a very clear scenario for the conference center on top, a very clear scenario for the basement, to then allow these lobby areas to breathe in and breathe out what we might come up with today and in the future as a public space that we all would like to see. And then hopefully we can all work together with a large group of people. As said, I heard that ideas should come out of the society. At this call of ideas, we had a lot of investors applying and handing in proposals, mostly people who proposed to demolish part of the building. I think that was the only group that was coming out of the society, architects, consultants from Berlin that worked together to really deliver a study to be discussed here. And if we all move, maybe you show the last image. If you all work together, maybe that is how the ICC will look like in the future. You might be laughing, but these guys, these drones, are made by Volocopter, one of the most promising startup for taxi drones in Europe. And they have sent me a letter of intent. So if we move forward, they would immediately go and open one of their vertical takeoff and landing platforms on the roof here. So it's written. So yeah, let's work on this and make this house maybe a place where we talk about technology and the future. Thank you.
Silke, please. Just jump in? No?
Yes, go ahead.
Your idea is next. First, I also have to think, I think it's amazing that we have the opportunity to talk about the ICC and our thoughts here. And so thanks to the organizers that we are also together on this stage. So we are in a constant exchange also to talk about things so we know from each other. I think what's nice, because I think it also shows that the Berlin scene is very much into it and we really would love to make a change, also working together on this. And I think that's first of all something that's interesting. When we are starting, I think our concept, as you see, is the ICCC, the International Center for Contemporary Culture. But I first would love to bring you, jumping a little bit back into other times, I think also maybe to understand a little bit more about this building. So what you see there, and so imagine, so it was 1975 when the building, when they started really to construct it and to do the architecture. And this was a time when there was a Cold War. And so we had the Palace of the Republic in the East Berlin. And we are now in West Berlin. We are on this kind of island. And at this time, of course, it was about, okay, who can do it bigger? What are West Berlin especially going to be? So they had to look. They were really spying what happened in the East. And we can do it bigger. And it was not really about having a lack of money. So as Mr. Schwarz said, I think when this was built, it was never built as a cash machine, as a cash cow. So it was just from the beginning clear that we will never make any profit out of it. And what's very interesting, what the architect did, is like this Gesamtkunstwerk. So they really has the possibility to get everything from scratch. And I'm very happy to see also the Frank Oehring there, who did the amazing light system that you see here. So just from the beginning, everybody was working together also in an artistic way and in a way of we want to do something. This is outstanding. This was really outstanding also for Europe. And so first you see the Congress, so it was bringing so many people together. But this, just from the beginning, was not just thought as being a Congress center. So when they started here, it was a big classical concert where you see the two big halls where like 5,000 people, 2,500 people came together from two sides watching this. It was about doing dancing performances, doing theater, so bringing all of these people together, so just from the beginning. And that's why I also wanted to bring you one photo or one sketch from Cedric Price with Mr. Littlewood. So in '61, they already had this idea of doing the Fun Palace, and that's when you're reading now, there's a lot of references as I was preparing to Paris, to the Centre Pompidou, but I think so in the end, this is like the mother, father, where these ideas comes from, and I'm sure that Ursulina Schüler-Witte really had this idea of bringing together like what they had as an idea, like culture, science, universities, and everything. This is kind of playful bringing together of different ideas. And it was also funny to see, Thomas, as you see, there's already a helicopter on the top. Yes. So maybe this was a sign. So. So now we are jumping into 2014. This was the first open tender or the first open call for ideas. At this time, an investor called me and saying, you know, you're doing different cultural things in Berlin. Would you imagine doing a proposal for us? We need your help to bring together ideas for cultural use of a very big building. And I said, okay, what is it? Oh, it's the ICC. And I said, okay, that's very big. What can we do? And then we started setting up a process over 3-4 months. So we joined force with an architecture group, something fantastic, and saying, okay, how could we do this? So we set up workshops. We were sitting together with different experts. Even at this time, Carson, who's now in New York, joined us, and different other people. I'm over DC1 in this surrounding here. And so our idea was just from the beginning, we want to bring in culture, but when we're talking about culture, it can be different things of culture. So, because if you don't want to drop too many names, but if you're looking on it now, of course, it's always changing. But we know that the Berlinale is looking for space, or probably they found it. I know that the Berliner Philharmoniker will need very soon space. So there are different possibilities of usage, and but Julian will come to this a little bit later again. But then nothing happened, so we didn't know, even our investor didn't know what happened, so nobody came back to them, and so with no idea. Then we heard about 2019 again, so we get in this concept, we set it up, get again. Nothing happened, and I was very glad, and I know Thomas Oberender is here as well today, who asked me if we can help him communicating his fantastic idea to bring the Berliner Festspiele with all of their, they have this power also to bring together music, theater, thinking things from a different way. So he set up here, the Sun Machine is coming down, a 10 days festival. And this was amazing because it brought back this building on the agenda of the people. So because when you see it from outside, I think it was 2 times in the Berliner Zeitung talking, oh, we have to break this building down because it looks so ugly from outside. Yeah, because nobody cleaned it from outside. But once you go in, you're really thinking, wow, we have to keep this. This is the most amazing thing that we can imagine here. And so this is another idea of the vitrine, and I think so how Thomas used it here, and I think this was a perfect imaginary example for how this building is usable. For example, where you're sitting here, there was a very big garden from an artistic approach from a performance artist. So it was really a good case to see how this could work.
Thank you. Thank you, Silke. Thank you for the invitation. Yeah, just as Silke mentioned, I'm an architect, and we did together with Silke and her team, we did the architectural concept of how that could work, and the ICCC really in a wider sense of culture, not culture as only focused on the arts, but culture in a sense of how do we actually come together, how do we deal with our data. And we've heard a lot over the past 2 days of all the topics, all the crises that kind of challenge our culture, that challenge how we come together and how we do all these things. I want to maybe one thing remind you of the time when this was built. There's a book, 1979, Zeitenwende, by an historian called Frank Bösch, and he describes, and the subtitle is The Beginning of Now. So in a way, he's arguing that 1979, everything that we're in now started, and he's referring to the revolution in Iran and to fundamental Islamism, and he's referring to neoliberalism and Margaret Thatcher and the foundation of the Green Party and so on. And yet, I think we're in a fundamentally different time. And this is just one graph. I could have picked any graph, but this is one that was trending yesterday in social media.
Can it go to the big screen?
And it's...
Technique? There, yeah.
It's showing how dry our soil in Berlin currently is, and we are at the far right edge now, and 1979, you see, it looks very different. So even though some things started back then, we are at a fundamentally different time. So our approach to the ICCC was that we think it could be really a kind of an icon, a landmark for a new approach to building, which is not building, which is actually thinking about how do we use better what is already there. And we've heard it from Carsten and others. And so we think this approach of better use instead of always building is really what the ICCC could become an icon for. And just as a reference, only to bear in mind, so if we talk about CO2 emissions, there's a lot of discussions on flights, but if you compare it to the production of concrete, you realize, actually, we should really talk about building. I mean, which is not to say that we should not talk about flying. I mean, we should also talk about that. But our approach now, how to translate that into this building, where maybe I'll go one back, where often in building we feel that we're facing wicked or even super wicked problems because our kind of social agenda, and Mayor Hidalgo mentioned it yesterday, we have a social agenda of we need more housing for people in cities. But then on the other side, we also know that every house produces or releases CO2 in the production and in the maintenance and so on. So we have conflicting agendas there. So one way of going about this would be to look at the consumption, or to really look at how could we use a house like this differently. What you see here is the average energy consumption of a household. I think in Denmark, in this case, but our approach to find a concept of how we could turn ICC into ICCC, that is a really open and public building, that is accessible, that is not relying on accumulated capital, but that is kind of created out of the society and really is a place where we think about a new culture, is that we said we should rethink how we use it. And if you look at the two graphs, this is very, very basic. The upper one is showing the few events, the big conventions with up to 7,000 people, where you have this kind of peaks. But all the machinery in this building, and we've seen images of it, and I have, I think, yeah, I have some here. There's a lot of machinery in this building. It's all equipped for these big conventions, but then they only happen a couple of times a year. So our approach would be to say we should use the building way better, but we should try to, it's called, in engineering, it's called peak shaving. We should try to cut off the peak, so we could actually deal with less input, less money, less resources, and we could, on the other hand, allow a much more diverse and resilient usage of the house. So what you see in the lower part would be the kind of the schematic of how we imagine the house to be used by different user groups, by some organized through institutions like, for example, Kulturräume, a newly founded institution in Berlin, or Berliner Festspiele or others, but it could also even be kind of end users. And of course, the big question is, how do you organize that? And we also look closely at the building and what is there, what open rooms and which rooms are closed, what are the sizes of rooms, and how could they somehow, and how they could become part of a low-tech yet very smart building that is an open house where our culture is being discussed, debated, but also lived and kind of implemented in a way. And we also foresaw you have a hint here on, of course, the topic of how do we deal with our data is a really important one, where we see a synergy, a potential synergy. Carsten actually mentioned it in the heat and the warmth created by the data centers. Of course, there is a lot of security issues, and that would need to be solved. But this kind of this diverse and synergetic usage of different, more and less commercial, more and less artistic, is what we see as the kind of the idea for this building, and yeah, some glimpses on what could actually happen in those rooms. Whereas it would also be a lie to say we know exactly what will happen in those rooms. And I mean, it's written here, the new unknown. So of course we can. We're an initiative. We want this to happen, and we're talking to people. We're talking to the engineers who actually have maintained for the last decades this building. We have a meeting in October to see where's actually the potential to cut down costs, to then actually not cross-finance it and not too much rely on, again, some kind of big tech or big players, but to really make this an open place for society. And then I think I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Just have to ask, in that last image, was that water on the...
The last image was water, yeah.
Maybe we can pull that up. Sorry, I still see it, but I want to make sure everyone else can still see it as well, because that's an interesting...
So there's like the heat coming from the servers. We can already heat the pool on the top.
Okay, wow. Thank you all for your presentations. It's very interesting. And what I'd like to do now in around the 10 minutes or so that we have left is to hear from some of the speakers that we had on the stage earlier and also in the other room to get their takes on these two visions that we've just seen. So Carsten and Christoph, Ross, Francesca, Stefan, if you are here and in the room, we have 5 microphones around that can be brought to you. I see Christoph there, so maybe you can be first to comment, and if other speakers would like to as well.
I hope the others are still here. So. it's very hard to comment for me because I don't want to give points to one or the other. But I think both are very good approaches, and they take, and that's what is very important for me, they take the building as a starting point. And it's a very easy summary for both presentations, and that's why both presentations and concepts can also be strong, because they accept the building and its architecture. And sometimes it could be hopefully as simple as that.
Are any of the other speakers who we had with us on stage here earlier?
I can see Carson there. He's like hiding.
Carson, I don't think we're going to allow you to hide. If we could give Carson a microphone if he feels... There we go.
Yeah, I don't... Hello?
Hello? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, I think I, said what I wanted to say, but basically the idea is that the more open-ended the idea right now, to begin with, the more the project can evolve. I talked about thinking about the city through ecology rather than, putting labels, deciding now. If we really understand the building as part of a larger human ecology, I think that's, where to start. And I think both projects have, aspects of that.
Thank you, Carson, for weighing in. Anyone else from our group of speakers still here? If not, I'd love to also hear from you, from members of the public, what you think about these presentations. You're here, you have been taking in this space in the program we've had here yesterday and today. And I'd be interested in hearing, as this is also going to be part of what the future of this building is, what you think of it. Anybody interested in sharing your thoughts? Don't be shy. Okay, we have a hand up there.
I was astonished when I asked somebody of the workers here, what about the heating? He said, oh, heating? There's no heating. We don't need it. The heating is the people, who are the visitors. So it's very interesting. We don't even need extra heating most of the time of the year. And also, I was always wondering why they talk about the main costs of the to making the building more modern. We have to, the main costs are the, I forgot the English name, the built-in structure, what has to be exchanged, but it doesn't need to be exchanged if we leave all like it is, and it's much cheaper. Asbestos, yeah. The asbestos, it's I don't know if that is a very important thing in case of the costs. The costs are not as much as many people think. Thank you.
Do any of you want to respond to that, of how that has been factored in?
Yeah, as I've said, there's great potential in renovating because you gain so much space in the ground floor if you rethink the whole technical equipment. And due to regulations and our standards today and the rules, we have to also, if we want to bring it back, we have to rethink the whole technological aspect behind, and that's going to cost a lot of money. And that's why I think there is these two options that we have, and maybe they can be, I think they can be easily combined. The one option is to allow us to inhabit it as it is in the next years, to start with that, to bring people back into the space, to get a feeling for the importance also of the building. But at the same time, we also have to make the big plan, and we have to talk with Mr. Senator, and he wants to know how to refinance that 1 billion that goes into the house as it was calculated by some consultants. And we need to have also a very clear idea how we deal with that and how do we create the real and the boring and the not fun business cases. And I very much believe that we need to have a strategy to rent the building out in these areas that are not so important to us, so the whole basement, and that we have to the responsibility also to come up with the realistic and state-of-the-art scenario and strategy for the big conferences. Because don't forget, if the fair and an operator for conventions will also talk to the city saying, if I bring you 10,000 doctors on a conference here, everybody leaves 1,000 euros over these days in the city. So that's 10 million each time you have a conference here. It's a massive benefit for the city, and we need to also take that into consideration and allow the city and also the Senate to make these calculations. And therefore, I think it just needs a precise view on how do we do that.
That's how it was calculated over the years, no?
And if we do that, we can maybe win these open lobby areas as a playing field and the public space.
I think still in 2012, so this was the most successful year for the fair. So even just before they stopped, so it was like so it was kind of fully booked, and I think everybody enjoyed it to be here. So it was kind of a bit tricky situation. But about I maybe wanted to add to the asbestos, because this was also what I learned last year when I was working very intensively and talking to all of these different also engineers here. They're saying, I think it's a little bit like a myth, so because the asbestos is not the main problem here. It's just like it's on two very tiny places. So to get rid of this is not the problem. I think it's more like a technical question. And I think this is also what we wanted to show. There has to be very interesting and new solutions for thinking about the technique, and also what brings us to another, also Zeitenwende, in a way of thinking about it in a different way. And
yeah, maybe I would like to add to this question of a convention center, because I think, we should also, Zeitenwende, we should bear in mind that this is also not used as a congress center anymore, and there's a cube built next door, because the conventions of running a convention center are that there's an empty hall, and the convention, or whoever is doing it, is just bringing in a lot of things, and they do the convention, and then they all leave again. But they also leave behind, in average, per every square meter of convention surface, almost 1 centimeter of trash, every convention. So this whole idea of how we do a convention, I think we should question that, and we should maybe rather invent something like saying, the ICC is as it is, you can do whatever you want, little provocation, but take your shoes off. It's just to say, it's really about different ways of how we deal with our built environment. And so I think, that's what I think.
Yeah, and I think I think technically wise, also if I would have a wish, I wish that we would have the papers that we can really calculate on something, because so far, so we get some things in 2014, so not sure how old this is, but if we really want to calculate on things now, I think the Senate has to be prepared, and I think that's luckily what they're doing, what Mr. Schwarz also said, and I'm very thankful for, that we have the papers that we can really realistically think about how can we work on this in an architectural way, how can we bring in amazing ideas together, and then how to make it a place where people will really can come together, in which way ever.
That's certainly something to applaud. We have come to the end of this presentation and your visions for the ICC. Thank you so much, Silke, Julian, and Thomas, for sharing your visions with us. It's been great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we are heading towards our final block of this day, which is on democracy. We'll have Peter Pomerantsev and Franak Viachorka and many others who will be joining us here on stage. So take a break, grab some coffee, and come back in about 30 minutes or so. welcome back. We're coming to our final point of the program, which is hard to believe. 2 days have been essentially full with program points and with speakers and with interaction. So it's a bit sad to come to the last point, but we have a terrific panel for you that we want to introduce to you. The underlying theme that we've had over these past 2 days is democracy, how cities stand for democracy, how we come together to protect democracy, disinformation. And we're going to dig into that topic in a deep dive in our last conversation, from disinformation to marginalization. I'd like to invite my guests to join me on stage, and then I'll introduce who they are so you can tell them apart and know who is who. So please, they're sitting in the first row, please join me now on stage for our conversation.
How are you?
Okay, as they take their seats, we have space here on the couch, so I'll just scoot over so that you feel comfortable taking up space here. We also have that seat, but nobody seems to want to sit on it, so we'll make space here on the couch. So I'm very happy to invite the guests here on the stage, and I will introduce them one by one. Here to my immediate right, we have Natalia Gumenyuk. She's a Ukrainian journalist and specialist in foreign affairs and founder of the Public Interest Journalism Lab. Next to Natalia, we have Franek Viatorka, who's a senior advisor to Svetlana Tisanovskaya, who we saw speaking to Marietta Slomka yesterday. He is also a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Then we have with us Anna Maria Trasnea, who's the State Secretary of Berlin for the Promotion of Democracy and International Affairs. Great to see you as well. And last, certainly but not least, Peter Pomerantsev, journalist, author, and the producer of many TV shows as well, senior fellow at the Institute of Global Affairs at the London School of Economics. Thank you all for joining me. We'll give them a first round of applause. Thank you. So we are going to start with statements to get us into this topic. And so, Peter, I believe you're going to start us off with your statement on disinformation, marginalization, and democracy.
Thank you very much, and it's a huge honor to be here. So I think what we've seen over and over again in many conflicts, but really especially in this conflict in Ukraine, the abuse of language leads to the abuse of power. They go hand in hand. First, there is a violence against language. The powerful, in this case the Kremlin, seek to show that they can define reality, that they can take terms like denazification, which should be a meaningful word, and render it meaningless. And by doing that, they're attacking a whole set of values and historical meanings that we put into that word. And that violence against language, that leaving language free of any kind of meaning, goes hand in hand and in many ways creates the path towards violence against people, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and an intent to genocide. It's been very interesting watching this unfold in Ukraine. I actually live in the United States at the moment, at the same time that there's a reckoning with a similar phenomenon in the US, this abuse of language and abuse of power, in a much milder way than what we see in Ukraine, but with the January 6th committee, which is an attempt to hold Donald Trump and the group around him to account, and the trial against Alex Jones, who's a conspiracy theorist, propagandist, whose horrible language has caused horrible damage to the victims of school shootings. And in Ukraine, I think we're facing this in a much, much bigger and more powerful and more important landscape. But again, a huge amount of what we can do, by we I mean the people who work in media, with meanings, is try to restore the meaning of language and truth. Now, how can you do that in practice? Two of us here are actually involved in a project, and I'll let my colleague Natalia Gumenyuk say more about this, which we call the Reckoning Project, where we unite legal research into war crimes with journalism. Our aim is to really think about restoring truth and justice both in the courts of law and in the courts of public opinion. I think that's the edge of a challenge that we all face. Without this underlying value of language and the value of rights, a rules-based order and a democracy can't function. So the war in Ukraine is, of course, a military war, first and foremost. We have to support Ukraine in the military victory, but it's also a battle for restoring the meaning of language and restoring the rights that are being taken away with such mercilessness.
Thank you, Peter. Anna Maria.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I would like to welcome you all here at our international conference, and I would like also to thank you so far for the inspiring reflections that I've observed yesterday and also today, and this energy of young and old and of diverse and ambitious masterminds that already work on solutions of our time inspire me and give me hope, and therefore I'm very pleased to be here today. And I want to first and foremost at the beginning to ask you one thing. I think we have overlapping crises. We know that the old rules of governing do not work anymore, and therefore we need to do one thing. We need to cooperate more. We need to have a systematic change on how we govern the world, and we can make a start by changing our attitude. Our democracies are increasingly under threat and exposed to attacks. This is also what this panel is about. Freedom of expression, freedom of press are not a matter of course, as my fellow panelists will make impressively clear, and it has been already a topic of yesterday. Against this background and against this development, it is important that we show solidarity and stand up for our values together. And what can this mean on the stage of urban diplomacy? It is also important for us to learn from each other quickly. It is important for us to draw conclusions, how we enable each other's, how we enable cities and actors, stakeholders to act effectively in these challenging times. And what does this mean concretely? One lesson as cities that we learned is that we need to question traditional models of governance. We need to arrive at new forms of cooperation, and these forms imply the experiences of cities that play a central role in solving these problems. So when finding good solutions to the challenges of the present and the future, 3 points are very important to me. First, we must achieve even closer cooperation between authorities and civil society. Democracy means, on the one hand, appreciating commitment, on the other, delivering infrastructure, and it means also to participation in decision-making. Second point that I want to mention is that we must cooperate more closely at all levels. This means that cities must be seen at the international level and also the European level as partners in tackling problems. Why is this so? I want to put your focus on the fact that foreign policy, as is made in our days and for decades and for hundreds of years, means the exclusion of marginalized groups. So therefore, foreign policy needs to be democratized by implying the perspective of cities in order to be more democratic and to give sustainable answers to global challenges. Cities are the places where marginalized groups meet mainstream society. Cities can be lighthouses in this democratization movement of foreign policy, and this is the message that I want to have from Berlin from this day on. The more inclusive governance cities apply, the better they can thrive. And therefore, I come to my third point. It is also important that cities cooperate more with one another. It is very important that cities cooperate in defending democratic values, but also in sharing solutions, because we do not have to redefine the wheel again and again when already has been found certain solutions in a particular city. Let me explain more concrete how this can look like by giving you 2 concrete examples. The first concerns dealing with refugees and the migration we have experienced in the last half year, and the second involves looking at the big challenges that we have on the issues of democracy in times of populism and authoritarian nationalism. It has been clear for many years that we need solutions that encompass all levels. And this is also the approach that led to a more successful immigration politics. Only by taking a pan-European approach can we develop a way where refugees where the help for refugees that we are implementing is both compassionate on the one hand, but also realistic, so that it works in the cities where the refugees arrive. So this means creating a safe refuge on the other hand, and also integrating and promoting integration in the cities and the towns. And therefore, again, I come to my point from the beginning, we need cooperation at all levels. We also need direct cooperation across all levels in order to find good solutions for everyone. This means for the refugees that are coming in the city, for the residents that already live here, for the people that are committed citizens that want to help in this time of crisis, in order to deliver aid and concrete help. So this brings me to the topic of civil society and democratization, engagement, and active citizenship. When many people came from Poland, to Germany, to other cities from Europe, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a huge amount of people were shown their solidarity and helped spontaneously. This happened directly at the train stations, through donations, through helping, getting a job, finding accommodation. So there was also, and I want to make a point why it is necessary to have a look at it. In 2015 and 2016, we also had a crisis with the war in Syria, and there were a lot of people coming, but there was a major difference in the way we approached things. We had no systematic coordination of the volunteers and between the volunteers and the authorities. So therefore, we had a situation where everybody involved was frustrated and our help was ineffective. So we wanted to learn from that. So we learned to cooperate with civil society and to involve them in our decision-making processes while we were managing the crisis in the city with over 320,000 people arriving within the last 6 months in Berlin. And I think that this can be a model of, at a low scale, at a small scale, how a new model for governance can work out into the benefit for everybody involved. So therefore, we need multi-level and cross-cultural and cross-sectoral cooperation between public administration, between stakeholders from civil society, as well as economy. And now I come to my second example, just to make it, we are talking about solutions, and therefore I think the cities, this is the benefit that we can give, and therefore it concerns the defense of strengthening democratic values. In democracies, in times when it is under great threat, this means also approaching new ideas, new models of cooperation. And this starts with one thing. We have to recognize that as democratic societies, we need to invest in the foundations of our democracies. We need to strengthen them within in order to make them resilient, in order to ultimately make them capable to withstand threats. So we want to start by putting the discussion of democracy back on the agenda. And so we did that in Berlin with Berlin Democracy Day, which is the International Democracy Day and just took place yesterday. We are also proud in Berlin that we are going an inclusive path. Young people can participate and are asked on their opinions on many issues. We will also introduce the right to vote from 16 years old on. And these are just examples how I can show you that marginalized groups are part of the city, and we are living here a culture of participation based on following pillars like having guidelines for citizens' participation and an engagement strategy to which the Senate committed to implement it in all areas of the city. We are also committed to the fact that we want to introduce deliberative forms of democracy, because democracy means so much more than having the right to vote. This is essential, but what happens in the time in between? And therefore, we want to introduce a Berlin-wide participation budget, citizens' councils, and we have a vast infrastructure of civic education programs. And yeah, this is something that can make democracy resilient and can make democracy very active. Another important aspect I want to mention is how we address this topic in the sphere of urban diplomacy. As I said, we need to join together as cities, and we need to put all forces in defending our values. And therefore, this is a core theme for us in Berlin in the strategy we apply, and we will join the Pact of Free Cities before the end of September in Prague this year. This alliance is specifically for addresses metropoles that are confronted with nationalist governments. This is Bratislava, this is Budapest, Prague, Warsaw, and there are, progressive local governments that are sharing our values, and we are there to engage in that and to advocate. We do also advocate in the sphere of urban diplomacy when it comes to a clear stance, when it comes to make visible Russian war and to name Ukraine as a sovereign state and to take a clear position on that. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the new unknown. We see that there are many, many difficulties in many open questions, and the new unknown, navigating Zeitenwende, describes the state of the world right now in a very succinctly way, but in my opinion, it's also quite accurately, and therefore we need new solutions. So we are dealing with many unknowns, but if we take a clear stance, and when we are standing together for democratic values, when we are respecting human rights and advocating this, then I'm sure we have a chance in dealing with all this crisis. So there is enormous democracy energy in the cities. There's an enormous democratic power. I think we should combine this energy and dare to take part in a democratic awakening together everywhere. And therefore, I think when we talk about all these topics, we should put all forces together. Let's get it done for a better future.
Thank you, Anna Maria. Franak.
Good afternoon. As you know, I'm from Belarus. I was 6 years old when Lukashenko came to power. Belarus became dictatorship, and when he came to power, he mobilized all the media, all the state TV channels, newspapers, in order to create parallel reality. And the entire world, entire Europe, all the post-Soviet countries, including Ukraine, they were moving forward, and Belarus was sort of frozen in time. Did you watch the movie Goodbye Lenin? Anyone? So so we actually were living in such reality. When Lukashenko, he was like the main hero, the main character was creating the reality that nothing did not change. Soviet Union still exists. He preserved Soviet symbols, Soviet KGB, all the monuments of Dzerzhinsky and 13 monuments of Lenin were cleaned and washed in the center of Minsk. So people who are nostalgic about the Soviet past, they feel comfortable. And years after years, this reality was sustaining, did not change at all, while the whole world moved forward. And we still were washing and cleaning the monuments of Lenin. And after 5-10 years, it was still working. People were feeling okay. There are many wars, the world is unstable, and Belarus is a stable Soviet country as it was many years before. But after 20 and 30 years, this approach became obsolete, because suddenly people realized that the whole world is far, far ahead and we are far, far behind. And already propaganda, beautiful pictures, movies about how cool we are and how bad the world is, doesn't work anymore. All the friends are gone already, like Hugo Chavez, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, this Libyan, what's his name? Gaddafi, big friend of Belarus, who put these tents in the downtown of Minsk. They're already gone, and Lukashenko just stayed alone. And in 2020, people suddenly started to realize, like in the movie Goodbye Lenin, that something is going wrong. And what helped us a lot to explain that something is going wrong? Technology, social media. And I would surprise you, it's not Telegram perhaps, but it's TikTok, which basically opened the eyes to many, many new people who were not involved at all. And TikTok was something which was very new in 2019 and 20. And many young people, they were not watching political media or TV channels broadcasted from abroad, but they were watching and scrolling, 24/7 TikTok newsfeed, where political presenters, bloggers started to tell the real story, not the story told as in Goodbye Lenin's movies. And this helped us a lot to gain new people. And Telegram, where people, after watching TikTok's movies, were coming and were joining, they started not just watching, but also participating in activities. And the possibility to tell the real story of what's happening in the country and the instrument to mobilize society helped Belarusians in 2020 to break the status quo, to wake up the frozen country, frozen in the past. And the revolution which started in 2020, it was basically the result of the smart use of technology and of smart and timely narrative that life in Belarus can be different, that Belarusians deserve the better future. We did not win in 2020. The revolution was brutally cracked down, as you know, and thousands of people are in prisons. Many were killed by the regime. Lukashenko gave space to Russian troops to attack Ukraine. But this idea of changes and this picture of new Belarus, the real Belarus, it's still in minds of the society. So we didn't win, but we definitely did not lose yet. But what we lack right now, and I want to raise this issue, we need the help from tech companies. I think what we lacked in 2020 to win, we lacked understanding and interest from Google, from Alphabet, from Meta and Facebook, from TikTok as well, who didn't give space, who blocked political videos about Belarus, who basically didn't understand their importance for Belarusians in telling the truth, and perhaps without their willingness, they played on the side of the regime somehow. And only right now, 2 years after we started to cooperate with them, they agreed that Belarus deserves the separate media segment, so Belarusian news can be shown to users separately from Russian news. And because before it was when you go to the Google News and Russian news are mixed with Belarusian news, and of course they will be really living in the distorted reality. I think that tech companies for democratic processes, they can do much more, and we together should think how to help, how they can help societies like Belarusian ones, and not only in our aspiration, in our fight for democratic changes. Thank you.
Natalia. So I'm a Kiev-based reporter, focused on the conflict reporting, and I came from Kiev now, from Ukraine. But the last time, not the last time, but one of the longest time recently I've been in Berlin was 2015, when I, in fact, was doing a research on the Syrians coming to Berlin and to Germany, and because I worked in the Middle East prior to that, and I was absolutely interested in this idea of the empathy, and it was very also important for me, for the Ukrainian media, to tell their story. And now when there is a war in Ukraine, and we have this discussion about the information propaganda and the role of the journalist, but I'm coming to that. So now I often, sometimes in the international discussion I participate, I'm asked like, don't you feel that there is like this big interest to Ukraine and it's uncomparable to what the others people should deserve? And for me, working for quite many years to bring this empathy to all vulnerable people globally, I should say that the reason for that, in fact, is not because, you know, Ukrainians are Europeans or whatsoever, but the fact that actually Ukraine is democratic. Because Ukraine is democratic, there is a strong civil society which is doing everything possible to get this global support. Because Ukrainian media are there, they can tell this story. Because Ukrainian media space is open, there could be international media there. Because there is an elected government and democratic president, and there is a trust to what's going on. So the democracy is exactly the result why Ukrainians are capable to keep this story going. And it was not, you know, we shouldn't take it for granted. Today, we have a day when we commemorate a colleague of us. I have here, I just mentioned my dear colleague Sevgii Musayeva, who is an editor-in-chief of one of the first Ukrainian independent papers online, and the founder, Georgy Gongadze, 22 years ago, was killed, allegedly with the participation of the top Ukrainian authorities. But I should say there was a long road. 2 years ago with Sevgii, we were sitting in Kiev on the screening of the documentary reflecting our critical past and our authoritarian past. And the mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko, was there. So there were the others. And the same stories in Belarus of the people killed exactly at that time are still buried. But with the democracy, responsibility comes. And that's why I feel like that in Ukraine today, a lot of people, disregarding who they are, they can work for the train, they can work, you know, wherever, or feel that they can influence something which is going on in their country. It's very direct. If there is a democracy, you feel you can do something. So, of course, I'm a professional journalist, so I should do something to help my people. Now, together with Peter and a number of the international and the Ukrainian reporters, we're really working on the Reckoning project, which documents alleged war crimes, crimes against humanity all over the country for the last half a year. We are there to make films, movies, memorials, but also to build cases. And there is a whole variety of the stories I can tell about these horrible things happening in Ukraine. We work on the ground. But I should also say where the information comes. Of course, the more I look at that, the more I see that these murders of thousands and thousands of Ukrainians won't be possible without the 20 years of dehumanization of the Ukrainians in the Russian propaganda. Real dehumanization. Those people, those soldiers, when we tell the stories on the ground, they're capable to kill these people because the Ukrainians were, you know, there was this idea of Nazis or something. But it's the main tool for the murder of the people. And with Peter, we also discussed the responsibility of the propagandists. And sometimes we can speak about sophisticated things like algorithms. And we spent years working on that. But in the very beginning of the occupation, in the places left by the Russian soldiers, I find this paper, Komsomolskaya Pravda, the major Russian paper with 7 million circulation, which was a leaflet for war. This was everywhere where the Russian soldiers were staying. There was explained, you know, why they need to wage this war. There was a name of the editor-in-chief, of a Bild editor, of everybody who worked on that. And I was fascinated today to see a photo in one of the newly liberated areas. It was not the same issue, but the same paper, which is also went on justifying the Russian atrocities for the last half a year. And on my way here, I was driving with the famous American historian, a great friend of Ukraine, Tim Snyder, and we really discussed that it's unique that the genocidal attempt are openly mentioned in the Russian press. He remembered a lot of genocides, but he says, like, it's never been so obvious. And to finalize with that, we work with incredible colleagues. We are very happy so for our Ukrainian projects. There are Syrians are joining, so we won't be considered non-objective just because we're Ukrainians. But also our senior colleague, Janine Di Giovanni, one of the co-founders, is the American reporter who always talks about responsibility. She covered like 4 genocides, 18 wars, about the responsibility of the people who did the same in Syria and Chechnya and now doing in Ukraine. But for me, reporting my country, the question would be not about the accountability just, but about the prevention. I think there is something else happening incredible in this world. This war is very fast, and this is a moment when we shouldn't wait till the end. And our idea is not to wait till the end and then punish those who did something wrong. We're in the position to do something. And I said, in democracy, I have this responsibility, ethical responsibility to act. So if we believe the world is democratic, there is this ethical responsibility for the others also to act. That would be my connection and introduction.
Thank you, Natalia. We'll discuss here for about 20 minutes or so, and then we'll open it up to all of you to ask questions as well. Peter, maybe I'm going to start with a question for you. You talked about the violence of language and the meaning being stripped away from language. What role do you think social media, as we've heard here, social media can also be a boon and a benefit to democracy, but what role do you think social media has played in exacerbating and augmenting that violence?
That's a really good question. I mean, look, I'd love to blame everything on Mark Zuckerberg, and I think definitely in terms of their duty of care in places like Burma, where essentially extreme mass violence against the Rohingya was exacerbated, spread, organized on Facebook, and Facebook did very, very little. There's a real failure of duty of care there. But as much as I would love to blame everything on him, I lived and worked in Russia between 2001 and 2010, where I already saw traditional media being used to strip away meaning, to create dehumanizing language. Really, the attack on dehumanizing Ukrainians started in 2004, after the Orange Revolution in Kiev. It's a long, long, long process. I suppose what happens is that whenever a new media arrives, there's always a lot of excitement about this first. So when radio first appears at the start of the 20th century, you literally have people and even poets writing poems to how radio will bring everybody across the world together to understand each other. We will never have wars again because people will hear each other across borders. So a little bit like the first euphoria around social media would connect everybody across borders, and there would never be wars again, or something. And then, but what happens when a new media appears is the constraints, the norms, which are cultural norms, sometimes legal norms, but are cultural norms that were put in place around the sort of language which goes hand in hand with violence. When a new media appears, that dam is broken. And we've had that with social media. We've had post-Second World War, we had so many official but also unspoken norms around what you can and can't say in broadcast media. Sometimes enforced legally, like in Germany, or enforced sort of culturally more in America. And suddenly the new media arrives, the taboos are broken, and all the evil demons that have been waiting there can come out. And you have a repeat. You have a repeat of what we saw in the 1930s. So I think that's what happened. It happened with radio as well. Starts off idealistically, then very quickly Hitler and Stalin work out how to use radio for very, very evil ends. And I think with social media as well, what I assume or I hope we will get is some sort of balancing and a sequence of cultural norms, legal norms that will start restraining that again. But that's something that has to be done. It doesn't happen naturally. And I suppose our theme today is cooperation. The key is for democracies now to find the common norms around understanding how to regulate the social media space. Because if we have America do one thing entirely, Europe do another one, Australia another one, we're going to have this very weird, lopsided space. We won't be able to enforce any kind of regulatory discipline on it, and the problems will continue. So it's a really key moment for democracies to come together around the core principles of regulating the online space. And I say this, I'm very much, as a journalist, very much on the as much free speech as possible side of things. It's a very delicate process. It's a very delicate balancing act, but it's one that historically we have to go through.
Anna Maria, cooperation was one of your key points in the remarks that you delivered earlier. If cooperation is vital to protecting and defending democracy on an urban level, you talked about urban diplomacy, what would that cooperation look like in a relationship, for example, between Minsk and Berlin? How can that partnership strengthen democracy?
Well, I think we see that cities can open a leeway. Of course, if there is a political understanding and the common path that they are working towards, so that they are committed to democratic values, to freedom, to human rights, and so on. And we do that. So when at the national level the leeway is closed, urban diplomacy from a city-to-city diplomacy can open new networks of solidarity. So I will make it very concrete with also with Berlin and Warsaw, or with Berlin and with Kiev, where we are helping in times of crisis, where we are solidarizing ourselves with the cities of freedom, where they are threatened by their nationalist governments. But we can implement here like instruments like the promotion of free media and critical journalism. So what we did implement here in Berlin is to have a scholarship which is called the Cosmopolitan Berlin, where journalists, human rights activists from Belarus, from Russia as well, now from Ukraine, can get a scholarship and continue their work on digital journalism in order to provide information that is reliable and that is an alternative narrative to the propaganda that normal people would have access to. So I think we should have a look at what cities can do more concrete. We are also now planning another program to we are implementing it with promoting the local journalists that are now arrived in the city, where we see that we become the city of exile. We can put all democratic forces together, and we can support this work of journalists that are facing threat from their national governments, and then we can make their work visible by putting funds into it, by delivering a platform where they can, make visible the other part, the other truth, that also has been mentioned before.
Franek, is that a cooperation that helps, for example, journalists in Belarus to have this lifeline, if you will, to come to Berlin, to work here freely, and then perhaps go back? What does that cooperation look like from the other end?
Absolutely, because people in Belarus are deprived of their own country. Basically, there was a guy who just came and seized the country with the support of another guy on the east. And right now, Lukashenko said that everyone who is against our state will be deprived of citizenship. And of course, people are fleeing. Sometimes it's not you don't have choice, either to go to prison or you have to flee. And the city of Berlin really provided help and can be example for other cities because it opened the hub for journalists and for civil society activists. And those journalists who were working in Belarus 1 year ago, right now they do the same, but from Berlin. Also artists, and I think this is where we can invest much more. Art residences, cooperation, because culture, it unites, it adjusts, it helps, it strengthens identity as well. Because if you're a cultural activist, you represent the whole nation. When you cooperate with others, you still represent your nation. It strengthens you, but it also strengthens society which stands behind you. So I would say we need such projects a lot. Also, telling stories if, for example, we want Germans and Berliners to know more about what's happening in Ukraine or in Belarus, we can use visuals more actively through the digital exhibitions, offline exhibitions, because attention span is very short, and in order to keep interest to our region, to Ukraine, to Belarus, we should remind every day. It's like in marketing. It's not enough to have one contact, you need 1,000 contacts a week in order to keep this topic on the top of the agenda. And cities can do much more perhaps as ever in history. And I think for Belarus particularly what's important is internship. Belarusians, we lost 28 years in this Goodbye Lenin movie, and now we started to work with Svetlana Tikhanovskaya as government in exile, and we found out that we don't have anyone to hire because there are no specialists, no experts, no people who can work on diplomacy, on public administration. Those few dozens who studied in American, British universities, not enough, or they have already important jobs. So internships and scholarships, this is something that also cities can provide. We don't need the whole educational cycle, but internship, 3-6 months working in the city hall, how decisions are being made, how laws are being prepared, what urban problems can be solved and how. This is something that can help us now and today.
Mm-hmm. And Franek, to follow up on that, could you bring us up to date on where the democracy movement in Belarus stands right now? We heard the conversation with Svetlana yesterday, but maybe you can bring us up to date on what the outlook is right now for people who are part of that movement.
People are in the Windows, there is the safe mode with the blue screen. So the society is in this mode. You have 3 buttons to click, but it's not functioning. The state and country is not functioning. People are afraid of escalation of war, people are afraid of terror, of repressions. The only news people are following every day is the news how many people and who was detained last night. Because all detentions are taking place between 6 and 8 a.m. in the morning. So if at 9 a.m. you have already information how many of your friends are jailed. And of course in such atmosphere there is impossible for society to function normally. But still some people find strength to resist. And Ukraine's victories, let's say, so far not strategic, but tactical victories inspire a lot Belarusian societies. And it seems that Ukrainian victory will open the window of opportunities for Belarusians to bring democratic changes. Lukashenko feels fragile, insecure. He sees that Putin is not so stable as he was in February, and I think weakened Putin will be weakening Lukashenko, and when changes will start, it will be very fast. It will be very, very quick, and every change on the Ukrainian front, it creates turbulence within nomenclatura, and I think this is what we failed to do in 2020. We failed to split nomenclatura and elites, because Putin came and said, if you will be serving Lukashenko, I will protect you, nomenclatura. And they believed him. Right now, there is a big chance that Putin will not be able to protect them anymore. And this gives us a big hope.
That's a really interesting insight, Franek. Thank you. And Natalia, I want to ask you about the project that you mentioned, the work that you're doing throughout Ukraine, the stories that you're telling. Is that an antidote to disinformation, do you find? And I ask because myself as a journalist traveling through the US, you often think, and we've heard the sentiment expressed here as well, that the stories you tell will serve as an example of truth or will hold up a fact to light, but instead you're met with an inability to accept that truth. I'll call it that. So would you say that the work that you're doing can effectively fight disinformation?
Absolutely. I think one of the crimes which is also often committed in such cases is the crime of the denial. And we still, here in Berlin, you can find things you would find, remembering this, I would say that there would be people who still would say that maybe Holocaust didn't happen. And later, it's more often would say there won't be genocide in Rwanda, Srebrenica was kind of fake. It's still happening. And the more things we're developing, so exactly what is my urge, first of all, is really to record every story to a point when it won't be deniable. It will be so strong. So, for instance, Russians, they deny the atrocities in Bucha, but, because of the journalists, it's impossible to deny. They deny it to the extent that they give the medal for the Kremlin given the medals for the officers and for the soldiers which were committing those atrocities for particular platoon there. So that is an incredibly important thing. Also, it's even more, I think that, Ukraine is a huge country, and if earlier the dictators, they tried to hide some of the things, now I think there is this abundance of things which are happening, and therefore maybe I'm concerned that the war crimes would become a buzzword, and then the journalists won't record those stories because they think like, oh, it's anyway everybody's speaking about the war crimes, but the stories are not recorded. I'm giving you an example. There was a moment when I felt in April that, as a crime stopped to become in the news because the major media outlets expect something worse. So, like if there is some tragic story as in Mariupol when the whole city is bombarded and we are concerned about tens of thousands of people dead, or for instance, a whole drama theater where the thousands of people were trying to find an asylum, then it was destroyed, that unless you find something equal, it stops to become a crime. And then I remember that when there was a Bucha, there was a question and request like, can you tell us something more horrible? Because it's not that exciting, it's not that bad to be reported. So my task is partially also to find a way to tell the other stories, that they are, because every story deserves to be told. So for instance, by absolute chance, just give you an example of the scale of what's going on. I was traveling in April in the villages, which were not so particularly interesting and big for the international press. And just asking for my way, I met like in 3 separate villages, 3 elderly men. And in every case, it turned out they lost their sons. One was killed in his house when the Russians came into it for no reasons. Another tried to escape and was not allowed to escape, and he was a civilian. And third died under the shelling. Their stories aren't in the international media. They are not even in the Ukrainian media that much. So one of our tasks is also to, we won't be able to remember every story, but still have this understanding that every story matters, every life matters, and the savior of every life is important. So I do think it works, and the real story is one of the most important antidotes of the disinformation. You need to tell it in a way. And that's why it's very interesting, because in our project, which we work with lawyers, and yes, we were trained to find the way how to ask the questions so they would be able to go to court. In fact, I'm quite experienced journalist, but it really helped for me, to really get into the facts and be so secure and confident in what I do that I know if our film goes and somebody would dare to tell us that we invented that, as for instance the propagandists usually do and authoritarian governments used to do, that would be the file of the legal support evidence to tell no. So for us, it's also the part. For us, it's also the part to make it undeniable, also in legal terms.
Documenting each crime. Yeah.
I just wanted to emphasize the importance of what Natalia and the whole team of Ukrainian journalists are doing. It's documentation. Documentation of every fact. Even if it's not a hype story, if it's not in top news, it's important it will be written. The dry fact, the dry photo. In Belarus, when Lukashenko cracked down the media in 2020, they closed down all major portals. He wiped out the whole history of Belarus for 20 years. You cannot Google right now what was in Belarus in 2004, 2007. It was totally cleared because all the servers of all media were confiscated and destroyed. And right now we don't want what Lukashenko said 10, 15 years ago, what crimes he committed in 1999. And this is why what Ukrainians are doing, fixing every fact. And we will be doing in Belarus the same. Documenting, even if it's not go to headlines, it's important to keep it in the archive, to keep it in database, to not allow or George Orwell's, these office workers to clear and to change history in the future.
I think this part is very important on the one hand, but it shows that we need various pillars in order to achieve that. And here we come again. So there we need the activists and the engagement, the lawyers, and also civil society and further on that are documenting all this. I wanted just to share, I thought of one experience when it comes into the international sphere and networks like Metropolis or C40, where the people, from other continents ask, why should we take a stance on the Russian war in Ukraine, in Europe, because we didn't take a clear position when it came to other wars. So I think what we need to learn is also that we need to keep it visible at that stage as well. And obviously you have experiences in very destabilized systems, and from Berlin, it is a privilege to live in peace and to have a democracy that works and so on. And I think when it comes to the cities also, it is important for us to take responsibility and to be allies on this democracy forces that are thriving for a change and for a systemic shift, and to make that visible and to make it clear and to bring it on the agenda, to bring it when it comes to making declarations, communiques, or something for the Urban 20 diplomats and everything, because I think if we do not care or if we do not talk about it, I don't think it's realistic that it will be capable to be in all cities, in all the media every day. There are a lot of multiple crises that people, they are getting used to certain things. But it's true that we do not need that sensationalistic sense of how bad is a war, because there is where we start to get used to it, and we are not allowed to get used to it. We need to reinforce this narrative and to make it visible at all levels. So I think there is something where we need cooperation, and we need to reach a narrative at the various levels altogether.
Let me shortly jump in to share that. I think it's also very important to understand there should be a very different approach to the different communities. You've spoken about something. We can help Syrian activists in one way and Belarusians in others, because for them they don't have access to their country and they can do in exile. What, for instance, in Ukraine, which we're feeling and which I often also tell on the different platforms like this, that for us, this war, it's more not like the war of the access. We have access. I once was invited to recently get the link to this program support for the Ukrainian reporters. I think it was one of the German foundation. And I'm really honestly grateful for every support which is there. And it was said that this is for journalists who cannot express themselves and who are, under the pressure of the governments. And I said, look, it doesn't work for us. I cannot qualify anybody. We don't have a pressure from our government. We live in we are a democratic state. There is no pressure. So somehow the Ukrainian journalists, I think there was a question that there was a profile of one type of the...
That's why we have a different approach in it. That's why we have a second program right now where we are concretely addressing local journalists from Ukraine as well, where they can apply for this thing. So I think there are various instruments that you need to implement, and
absolutely,
it's only one example.
Just finalize. So I treat this war for us as a bit like a support which is needed during the natural disaster. Like when you have no bridges, no roads, no fuel, and you really just need to make people be there on the ground to do what we exactly discussed with Franek. And I also used the then opportunity to really thank, because I really, being kind of a couple of days here, I do understand how much is done. For me in Kyiv, sometimes it's not visible, we're preoccupied, but I also should say that all this support which is given, it's not in vain. It really helps. It really, really, really,
we are totally
really
sure.
helps.
Yeah.
That's great to hear. I'll ask one more question and then open it up to all of you. We do have microphones that will be going around, so I'd just ask you to raise your hand. Peter, maybe one more question to you about what we've just been discussing. What do you think, from your experience working as a journalist in Russia, as well as this democratic toolbox that journalists might need, either from cities or from other countries, to be able to effectively combat disinformation or state control, like in Belarus, where it's hard to actually access information or report?
Well, maybe Franek can talk to the daily struggles, because they're constantly evolving in the context of the technology. But what we're seeing globally is the emergence of the need for some sort of model of offshore journalism, where journalists are being pushed out of their countries in Latin America, parts of Africa, Belarus, Asia. And their fear, whenever I talk to them, is to lose contact with their audiences. And there's always been émigré media. There were a lot in the 20th century, and the tragedy was they would lose contact with the audience. We're in a kind of a revolutionary moment where you can do a lot more. You can talk to audiences, engage them, even in closed societies and secure messaging groups. You can do a huge amount of OSINT research, whether that's visual or documents, which keep you really, really close to your audiences. You mentioned something, actually, I'll connect it, that's kind of like the sharp edge of a much bigger challenge about how you stay in contact with the point of view of your audiences. You mentioned sort of this phenomenon that anybody who's been to the US, but I think in parts of Germany as well, when you tell your stories as a journalist, and large parts of the population reject it. They say, no, I reject your reality, and you give them evidence, more evidence, and they're like, no, I don't trust you, your propaganda, your fake news, your lamestream media. And it's a huge struggle to work out how you reach those audiences. A lot of the time, media give up. They're like, well, who cares? We've lost them. They're Fox News' audiences. So I wouldn't give up quite that quickly. Whenever I've done any research on it, and I now work at a university where I study some of these things, what people mean by that, a lot of the time, not always, is that you're not seeing the world from their point of view. Yeah? You're not engaging them as part of your way of understanding the world. I mean, journalists often break through that when they start covering stories that are meaningful to those people. So in America, the New Yorker and the New York Times, the two most elite, dripping with snobbery, and I mean that maybe in a nice way, publications, broke the story about problems with the water system in Michigan. And suddenly they were really celebrated by the people there because they'd done something for them. So again, whether you're an offshore journalist trying to stay in touch with your audience, or you're a journalist trying to tell the truth to an audience that's in denial, one of the first steps is to try and create media that's relevant to them. That's the first way of building up trust. And I don't mean, if they're racist or fascist sort of saying, oh, that's okay, that's not what I mean. But the first chance of even trying to rebuild this trust is through that. And we can make a lot more efforts to do that. But you're right, the sort of like, there's lots of technical difficulties, but the real difficulty is staying relevant. The idea, whether it's done physically or ideologically, is to separate media from the audiences, you know? And that's the challenge. And you can hear it in Donald Trump, who says that media are the enemy, or Steve Bannon says media is the enemy of the people, or physically when journalists are pushed out of the country. But it's always that aim, and our aim has to be to bring them together.
I'd like at this point to open it up to questions that you might have for our speakers. We do have microphones that will be available. Does anybody have a question? I see there's a question right here. A gentleman in a black shirt. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, thanks a lot for this very instructive discussion. I have a question for Peter. As a Russian, or a Russia specialist for Russia, we were in Germany had to change a lot of our romantic feeling for Putin over the last month, which was actually generated in 2003 when he had this speech in front of the parliament in German, as you probably know. And now we are all wondering, what is actually his main motivation? Is it more this really expectation of getting a great Russia again? Or is it to keep up the corruption that he has built up the last 20 years? So what do you think is more important for him? That's the first question. The second is, what would happen if the system really falls and he would have to step down, or this would all break down? What would happen with these arguably 80% of supporters he has in this population?
God. Okay, let me just like enter Putin's brain for a second and see if I can feel it. Why don't we just take him at his word? I mean, he's very open. He wants to rebuild or expand the Russian Empire. He wants to create a world where there are no norms and rules, whether in language or in humanitarian laws. I mean, that's what he says, and that's what he's doing. I mean, maybe, I don't think we have to analyze very deeply. This is his aim. This is what he's doing. Invasions is part of that. Corruption is part of that. But that's what he's going to do. He's been saying these things for a long, long time. It's actually evident from his speech in Munich many, many years ago, if talking about his speeches in Germany. And I love this idea is that because he came and spoke in German, everybody loved him. So soll ich jetzt auf Deutsch reden, dann werde ich viel mehr populär in diesen Saal werden. Also das ist so ein Blödsinn, warum habe ich Englisch gesprochen? Ja, ich habe jetzt die ganze Sympathie genommen. So I think we just take him at his words, and those words are petrifying if you listen to them. So on this, the supporters, the supporters. Oh, it's a hard one. And Franak will know so much more about this because, you know, Lukashenko would have 100% support in the polling and then suddenly lost it all. I mean, firstly, you can't really believe polling in dictatorships, firstly. But secondly, I remember being very struck in Russia when I lived there, and this was part of the kind of research of my first book. It's not a society that I saw where your personal opinion is valued. When we say supporters or believers, we're kind of talking about a system where support and belief matters, you know, where you matter as an individual. In Russia, you know, you meant to support one thing in the morning, another thing in the afternoon, a third one later on. That's the way you get by. That's the way you survive. The people who rule Russia now have been good communists, good Democrats. Now they're good fascists, you know. They've recreated themselves however many times they need. So they might support him now, and tomorrow they'll be told to support someone else, and they'll support that. The underlying political psychology, which is very, very similar to Erich Fromm's analysis of Nazi psychology, one based on sadomasochism, on humiliation and aggression, which starts with a very, very unwell family structure and goes all the way to a very, very unwell institutional structure, that will be there. So Putin goes, Kiriyenko comes in, which is, I suspect will happen at some point. That's my big prediction. You wanted a prediction. That underlying psychology will be there. But that underlying psychology can be exploited in different ways. So Russia will carry on being a problem as long as that political psychology is there. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything. Because sometimes I hear like, well, the problems are so deep in Russia, let's not do anything. There's a big difference between Stalin and Khrushchev. You know, if we can get to Khrushchev, that's already progress. So like, you know, there's still a lot of stuff to do.
Any further questions in the audience? Raise your hand. We have our microphones going around the room. Anybody? Not that I'm missing anyone. No? Well, Franak, maybe you want to comment on what Peter just said about what the difficulty is or what he said previously, for journalists working in Belarus, and also what your view is, both of you perhaps, on what Putin's aims might be from outside of Russia.
I just want to reiterate what Peter said about how people evaluate themselves. You know, because in Belarus, this is exactly what people say. I don't believe in changes. I don't decide on anything. It's not my job. I am a simple man. I am a small man. I am a small person. And this is what the government, what the regime wants. It wants everyone to feel like no one, like nobody. And after years of such attitudes from the regime, from the government towards people, people really believe that this is the right constellation, this is the right structure. So there are smart people on the top, but I don't decide on anything. And in our case, in 2020, situation actually changed because people realized there are so many of us, and we are all over the news in the world. We are on the front page of New York Times. There are so many in the international media interviewing us, not Lukashenko. And they're asking our opinion, they're not asking Lukashenko. And this mood that we are cool, we are smart, Belarus became so sexy in the world, it inspired people a lot. It gives them energy to continue this fight, self-respect. Self-respect which gives you the feeling of importance and of power, of superpower. Because the protest, it's like the battery on iPhone, you know, so it can be 100% and all the people going out. But after time, after repression, it becomes 20%, 10, 5, and your main goal is to not let the battery die out. iPhone still must work, and you know this last 1% is keeping so long, please don't die my phone. And the same with our revolution, no, we're supporting it like percent by percent with giving them energy. This energy can come from within, it can come from outside, from other countries, but with the information and with giving people the feeling of dignity and self-respect, it always re-energizes the people to, and give them confidence to continue fighting on.
I don't speak German as Peter, but I sometimes write for the German media, and in my one of the last columns for Die Zeit, I was really like writing this idea about what's happening and what are the ideas of Russia in particular. So I agree everything what Peter said, but I also think like the idea to stay in power is the main. All the rest are partially the tools, because all that system, it allows Putin to stay in power. But I also think that what Putin played out is something you told, remembering this Goodbye Lenin movie. What we really feel that for many years, the Russian society was fed of idea of the great empire and revanchism, as if they didn't manage to kind of survive the collapse of the Soviet Union. But what was for me very much interesting, we're discussing, you know, like what made our society so different. And with Peter in previous project before the war, we were looking at the Ukrainian experience of the 90s. In particular, we find out that, you know, if for Russians 90s is catastrophic, and that is the myth the Putin plays and Lukashenko plays, we figure out that for Ukrainians that was the bad experience, but they were proud of something they overcome. They were proud of the difficult experience which made them stronger. And now most of them are speaking about the future, not about like this great past. So I think this is a very interesting idea for me, and often I'm sometimes also asked when I'm often asked by the particularly German journalist or German analyst, they are very paranoid about but what if Putin falls? Isn't it such a horrible thing? Maybe we need to do anything to keep the thing together. Yesterday I observed this incredible video when there was a Russian soldier fleeing, retreating and yelling, "Russia, go ahead." And I think it's fascinating, ironically, because even if we put them back, they would be still thinking that they're going ahead. So it's very fine. They'll find their way. And I always was, and also I was always thinking okay, but look, I was what should I tell? Yes, there would be Russia always on the Ukrainian and Belarus border. But look, there is North Korea, and there is this perfect Southern Korea, difficult country with inequality, but really we all enjoy K-pop and Korean serials, and it's possible to live with this country. So maybe we shouldn't be panicked. I understand that there is the nuclear ban there, but at the same time we shouldn't be so much frightened by that. But what I think is not that much about Putin, but is about the world. I don't think that Putin can create the whole world authoritarian, but the neglect of the rules and undermining of the international system, security system, which has happened, would be the example for every single dictator in Philippines or in Asia or anywhere that you can do this. You can do it in Latin America, you can do it in Africa, you can do it wherever. So it's not about to stop him, it's not about stopping Putin. Let them live behind the wall. Even I know it's Berlin, so we don't speak about the wall, it's like this metaphorical wall, it's them who build this. But really, we should think about not repeating and not empowering the other dictators to do the very similar things elsewhere.
I think this is exactly what it is about. We see that these discussions at the national level, at the cities level, that we are actually put under pressure. If we are showing solidarity with Ukraine, then Putin is playing with hunger as an instrument of war. They are playing with energy, and of course we have to take that into account. So when we are talking all about this, we also need to take the people that are living in the city and to translate all this manipulation, putting on pressure. So it is clear that we need a solidarity within the European family to show that we cannot be put under pressure and made to frighten us, because otherwise you won't, if you do not play by the rules that are imposed by Putin himself, then you will have severe consequences where you turn over people in the cities against you. So in all this aspect, I would like to put a focus as well at the social freedom and translating all this process and discussions that we have, that we need to take the people and to always show that this is a manipulation. So our values should not be put under pressure in that regard, and this means, to take into account all that affects the lives of people here, the cost going through the ceiling regarding food, also the energy prices, and therefore I think, also there we need to talk about solidarity networks and systems where we can show that democracy should win and can win. The aim is that we close ranks together.
And Anna-Maria, I'll give you the last word, since Berlin is the platform for our city. Tell us how Berlin will continue to fight to protect democracy and be a haven for people who are trying to protect democracy going forward.
A tough one. All right, so looking at the international level, it is clear, I think, that Berlin as a metropole has shown from the very beginning that we are showing solidarity in a very concrete way. We had aid help, we had humanitarian help, we had the bridge of trains that help exactly also at the borders of Ukraine. We received people here, and we will not stop in engaging to deliver concrete help, that we did as well with Kiev, that we sent cars from the waste management technologies that, to rebuild an infrastructure that makes Kiev work again and give people a way to live that it's, where you need to reconstruct. But on the other hand, it is clear that we need to also address the democratic culture that is lived day by day. And I try to show some instruments that we are living here. And as a main focus that I take out of this panel today is actually promoting cross-border civic society within Europe that is cooperating as well, so that we take a look outside of Berlin and look which organizations are are supporting projects directly in Belarus, in Ukraine, in active citizenship in Russia, and so on, where we need to support these democratic forces through programs and through concrete measures. So I would think the way is, again, cooperation over cross borders and thinking the sectors together, journalists with civic society together with the authorities of the progressive states and administrations.
Thank you all so much for speaking with us and for the work that you do in defending democracy yourselves. Thank you very much. I'll invite you to take your seats again in the audience just as we're wrapping up here. We have actually reached the end of our program, the 2 days of Q Berlin. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience. I just want to give a few quick thanks while I have you all here to Visit Berlin, who organized this conference, to the City of Berlin for hosting, to our fantastic technical crew. They're sitting up here, they're behind the cameras, they're all over. They've been really terrific. They make this all possible. And of course, to all of our terrific speakers for sharing insights, for engaging, for speaking with us for 2 days. I think we have a lot to chew on, a lot to think about for the next Q Berlin, the pressing questions that we'll deal with next year. So I hope you will all join us for that conference. I do want to tell you that we have the space for about another hour or so. You can go to the bar. You can actually go up to the rooftop as well. I think the sun is shining. I can't really tell from here. But make use of the space and enjoy for the next hour or so. And we look forward to engaging with you in this time. Thank you.